नए रूल निकाल रहे हैं
क्या करा इसने तो भाई क्या कर दिया इसने खुद ही
करने लगा कोई IT चला जाता है
रिकॉर्डिंग करवाने हमारे
10 सेकंड नहीं जो भी जाता है ट्रेंडिंग भी जाता है हमारे कैसे करना लाइसेंस भी होते यहाँ से कंट्रोल कर वहाँ में क्या धोखा लेगा सीरियल में हो जाएगा उसके बाद ये होता मार्केट तो बाइक एरिया है तो वो मार्केट तो
साइलेंट है, मैंने बंद करके बैठा साइलेंट है करके बैठा तो फोन भाई आवाज़ वाज कुछ नहीं कर रही साइलेंट है सही रखी अभी नहीं हो
है ना, तो मैं भी निकल जाऊँगा
आप देख ठीक है चक्कर
बेस्ट पर्सन है पेरेंट्स
कितना लंबा आ गया था इस पे आ गया
मुझे लगा था मेरा कि ऊपर की होगा 0% तो
बीस लिखा है लेकिन
before the technical session starts, so that we can arrange the presentation. So, whoever is taking the presentation, I can come and collect, or you can come here.
कहाँ से बोल रहा है?
Complete your presentation.
वो कहाँ?
After 12 minutes of time, there will be a small break or a bell, and you need to complete it within this hour. So, kindly attend to the timings because there is a huge program. This is what is available, and kindly attend to this.
वो छिट रहा वहाँ से मैं नहीं कर रहा कुछ भी काका छिट रहा मेरा
आ रहे हैं और वो है और अच्छा
गंजे की डांट है
यहाँ आ रहे हैं वो चक्कर फिर मैंने तो गेट पे जाके कैसे लिया
यार
वही मैं आज हैदराबाद मैं आपको यही बता रहे थे कि मंदिर की कल तेलंगाना तेलंगाना फिर वीसा मुंबई निकल जाएंगे तो वो भोपाल आ जाएंगे ऐसे good setup that you can make it बच गए हॉर्टिकल्चर मेरा इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं है आंध्र में आंध्र में मतलब एक सुरेश भी आ गया है अदरवाइज अगर वो लैंडिंग पॉइंट होते अगर वो सर्कल नाक का फंक्शन बिल्डिंग का आज ही कर देते कल करते हुए अभी जैसे
Conduct the national seminar on nutritional and functional aspects of farming. Program.
तेलंगाना हैदराबाद नहीं है मेरा आना चाहिए
This has given an impetus for the country to be self-reliant. Even many of us also believe in self-reliant. It's only because most of our points are imported. I would say about 58% of palm oil is imported from outside to India. Out of say about 35 million tons of oil that is required, we are importing more than 50 million tons. That means about 60% is imported. And we are able to produce only 40%. How do we improve this? I think this is a big task. It is not only the oil seed production, but the oil yield, which comes out of the seed, is also becoming very, very important. With the growing population, and the oil requirement per capita has become very high. So 16.5 or 16.6 kg per capita. How do we meet this challenge? This is a big task. And if you look at our own production, we are mostly at the issues related to the mustard seed, or maybe the soybean, groundnut, and these are the major chemical seeds which are produced by the The government of India came up with a huge program national policy to say 2021 to enhance the policy production. But at the same time, strategies developed across the cities of the farmers. Despite the fact that the importance is given, we are present utilizing something like about 30 million hectares of land for policy production in the country. They were able to now say about 40 million hectares. With the 30 million hectares, they are present say 40 million tons of edible seed, oil seeds. And if you can increase it up to say 50 million tons, that means we are able to produce another 5 or 6 million tons extra oil. The present production of say 9.8 or 9.9 million tons of oil in India. That means we will be reaching only about 50 million tons. Still we will get a deficit. How do you think we can really work on the oil requirement for the country? I think probably the palm oil or the palm oil production becomes very, very pertinent and important for country like India because we have a huge coastline of say about 9,000 kilometers and the coastal states are very well blessed with good soils and also environment for promoting the palm oil production. Can we do this? If we do that, the advantage with the palm oil is that per hectare we can produce something like about 4 to 6 tons of oil. The oil yield is very high, which otherwise the other oil seeds do not get so much oil. And the mustard oil is very popular in India, followed by the soybean oil and then sunflower oil. So these are the things we have to suppose there are many other oil seeds which are more this is where I think we are going in order to understand how important it would be and how do we address this to meet the challenges of the human beings. I think that's where probably this conference has greater significance and importance. And the science has proved, and there is not about that. Palm oil, many people they have the presumptions of, or I would say sort of presumption saying that bad for health, bad for enhance pulmonary diseases or heart diseases, blood pressure, sugar, all these aspects. These things are not conclusively proved, and the science says that this is also important oil, as important or as good as the other edible oils which we are using. So that is the reason probably we need to really properly understand and also promote. So that is the intention with which we are here today. And I wish you will all really enrich the end of the day with lots of information given by the experts. And more than these experts will be talking about various issues and concerns, and probably we will listen to all of them. And I will once again welcome each one of you for this very, very important session. So thank you.
तक रहेंगे ना, तो पहले ही भागना है।
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It is our honor and privilege to warmly welcome our distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, eminent speaker, and valued delegate to this seminar on nutritional and functional aspects of farming. Your presence adds immense value for today's delegation. On behalf of Oil Technologies Association of India and organizing committee, we extend our sincere gratitude for your time, insights, and continued support toward strengthening scientific understanding and informed choices in the agricultural sector. May I kindly request our respected dignitaries to please take their seats on the dais. We would be honored by your presence on stage as we begin the proceedings. I request Mr. C.S. Joshi, President of ODI North Zone, to be on the dais. I request Dr. Rajiv Chudi, National President ODI, to be on the dais. I request Dr. S. P. Padmanabhan, former Agricultural Secretary, Government of India, to please be on the dais. I request Dr. Meenakshi Tripathi, President Fare Labs, to be on the dais. I request Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Chairman ASRB. I request you to please join the dais. Then I request Dr. T. Mohapatra, Chairperson PPDFRA, to please be on the dais. And then I request Mr. D. Mathur, immediate past President and MD Fare Labs, to join the dais. May I now invite President ODI North Zone, Mr. C.S. Joshi, to kindly deliver the welcome address and formally inaugurate today's seminar. C.S. Joshi, sir. Please give him a big round of applause.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Honorable Dr. S.S. DDG ICER, Dr. S.P. Patnaik, former Agricultural Secretary, Government of India, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Chairman ASRB, Dr. Mahapatra is on the way, he is joining very soon. Mr. Deewan, immediate past President of India, Dr. Rajiv Chudi, President, President, dignitaries, and most very distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm and hearty welcome to this half-day seminar on functional and nutritional aspect of farming. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to have such an eminent gathering assembled here today on behalf of organizing this seminar and OPI North Zone. I extend my sincere and warm regard and gratitude and welcome you each for being part of this distribution. This conference serves as a platform for industry leaders, researchers, technocrats, academicians, startups, policymakers, students to engage in meaningful dialogue on one of the most significant and widely used edible oil in the world, the diverse cross-section of the inputs present here reflect the strength, depth, and intellectual richness of our technical community. We gather not merely as participants, but as a thinker, innovators, and visionaries committed to advancing knowledge and responding industry practices. Today's focus on the nutritional and functional aspect of palm oil is both timely and important. From nutritional perspective, palm oil has a unique as a contribution to balance emotional security and its Its series of nature, controlled temperature, excellent oxygen stability, designed to make it refined, and natural flavor makes it very suitable for frying, baking, confectionery alternatives, dairy alternatives, and processed food application. In recent years, palm oil has often been at the center of nutrition debate. However, it is important that our understanding is guided by credible scientific and medical evidences rather than perception. Global Food Safety Authority and Regulatory Agency finds palm oil for widespread human consumption reaffirming its safety profile. The key message from medical science remains clear: overall dietary pattern, lifestyle factor, and moderation play a far greater role in health outcome than the confusion of medicine. This half-day seminar is organized by Fare Labs and supported by the Let us use this opportunity to foster collaboration, strengthen partnership, and advance evidence-based understanding. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all on this half-day seminar on nutrition and nutritional aspect of palm oil. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Rajiv Chuni, National President, ODL, to address the event. Sir.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Respected Dr. Mohapatra, Chairman, PPTFI, Dr. S. Singh, DDG, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Chairman, ASNAB, Dr. Patnaik, former Agriculture Secretary, Dr. Bhimar Mathur, immediate past President and MD, Mr. C. S. Joshi, President, ODL Council, and we are esteemed dignitaries of the dance, the other members. Let me brief about the ODI as a cost of education, but there are those of new here, and let me think about ODI. It's founded in 1943 and registered in 1945. It's an esteemed body of all technologists, scientists, industrialists with almost 8 years of service. We operate through 5 zones. We have a headquarters at the after the APTU. We have a north zone and the head office in Delhi. The zone is at Mumbai. The central zone is Kanpur, and the east zone is Kolkata, and the south zone we have office in the Hyderabad. It's IICT. And we also publish a journal of liquid science and technology, which is and almost 7 decades we are publishing this. UDA is basically continuously engaged in the research activities, be it the seminars and conventions and conferences. Basically, it's a dissipation of knowledge. That is our aim, that's our charter, that's our bylaws. And we have a very, very esteemed past presidents, and because of UDA, we are because of all the contributions from the all basically our past members and the present citizen members. And we are also associated with the number of international bodies like AOC and NPOC. In the NPOC, we are conducting this seminar. We have association with Japan Chemical Society, Korean Chemical Society, and Accord Australia. We work with all these international bodies, being the same field, maybe oils and surfactants and specific vehicles. Then coming back to the palm oil, Dr. Chindi was in his brief discuss about the importance of the palm oil. It's basically the food security. It's a 40%, 30 to 40% is the what we have a worldwide production of palm oil, and just 6% of it is land produces that with oil. So it's the importance. And there are a lot of misconceptions floating in the market, and so basically all social media we have all kinds of misconception and information being floated. So that's the basic problem. And you see the importance of the edible oil. We consume almost 26 tons of million tons of oil. Out of that, 16 tons 3.56% and import is 4.53%. So this is the scenario. Per capita consumption today is estimated at consumption estimate around 19.7 kgs against the recommended WHO consumption of 13 kgs per capita consumption. And mind you, this is still increasing because of our standard of living is increasing. We have lots of ready to cook products. The earning capacity is increasing and most probably the population is increasing. So the demand will be ever increasing, and we need to tackle that. And in that context, palm oil is a very major role. And there is a lot of this fear mongering going on the pretext of the basically nutrition and health aspects, and all these are fear issues and substantial credential research going on, and the what of the published data is based on the very big sample size and sample the topics and duration. Same thing happened with the mustard oil. The researchers came out with the mustard oil. There is a problem with the mustard oil ban. Mustard oil, of course, it is a ban for the children in the US as per the US FDA, but that's fine. But for us, the increase will now with what we call lectures and nutritionists trying to teach us and tell us to ban mustard, how bad it is for health. But just mind you, what is our sample size? Our sample size is almost 20 million, and we are using for now the data was there over the last 100 years. Have you ever come across the adverse effect of mustard oil? No, in fact, it's a beneficial. So it's all sort of what you call it misconception floating around. So we thought let's become unbiased. Let's do some studies, and that's what we have done. We are organizing these seminars and we are inviting all the experts from the various fields like nutrition and health. Along with that, we have conducted a study, a project research at universities in Kolkata. Let's study ourselves what are the consequences of health and nutrition. So we have chosen 3 universities. One is from the Kolkata, and another is from the Kanpur HBTU, and third is the Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. And I just read the topics. You can see how widely we are covering the complete gambit of the palm oil. So like the HBTU topic is the in vitro study of on the correlation between the saturated fat, exposure and cellular markers of type 2 diabetes using palm oil and other 2 commonly used Indian cooking oils. And at ICT, the research topic is effect of deep frying process on physiochemical nutritional properties of palm oil, sunflower oil, desi ghee, and cholesterol-lytic effects on the lipid profile. And in Kolkata, we have the topic, or they have chosen the topic, neurogastronomy insights, comparing effects of palm oil and alternative cooking oils on the flavor perception and carcinogenic precursors formations. So some of the like in the ICT this one includes animal studies. They are combined, they are joined with the pharmaceutical division, and they are animal studies also. So we have covered extensively all the aspects. So when the research will be completed, our paper coming out of findings will be present. So I really thank the author for taking the lead, and very well structured program and covering all the aspects. I'm not going to discuss the structural, functional, or nutritional health aspects. We are invited in a lot of esteemed speakers, so let's hear them all and show the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are now invite Dr. S. Kindly address the day. Sir, your vast experience and insight will surely inspire and guide, sir. We look forward to your welcome, sir.
करता है ना बता दिए वो टॉक हट जाएगा जब पढ़ करता हूँ
I must credit the OTAI, Fare Labs, the Malaysian Farm Council to organize this seminar, which actually focuses our attention on the nutritional and functional aspects of palm oil. As you heard, Dr. Associationof having stated that India is heavily dependent on imports for making it a legal oil environment. and in that basket, palm oil occupied a place of prominence. And close to 60% of the total oil imports is palm oil, and close to 60% of our oil is actually imports, considering the total demand for the country. So India has been self-sufficient in food grade production, pulses to a great extent, but so far as edible oil is concerned, we are still dependent on the outside world. And that flags a very big issue that our import bill not only is used up for importing petroleum products, but also for edible oils. So the challenge for us is how to meet the requirement within our own society. Many of us may ask, why so much of attention is on palm oil? First, palm oil is the only oil perhaps which can meet the requirement of the Indians. The per capita consumption is today 19.5 kg per year, which is extremely high. If you go to the World Health Organization recommendation, it is only 12 kg per capita per year. But we are consuming excess because we love food fried deeply in oil. And the only oil which can really meet this requirement is palm oil, because you can heat it to extreme temperatures, but it will not lose its characteristics. So considering that, the government has launched the National Mission on Palm Oil, on oil palm, and the National Mission on oilseeds. It is expected that over a period of time we will become Atmanirbhar, but this target, I am certain, is not going to be in the immediate future. But considering that we are competing globally, our attention should be focused first of all to convince our own countrymen that this is a good oil, this is healthy oil, and on the other hand, to increase the area, to increase the yield, to address the seed technologies and the multiplication technology for producing enough quality seedling which can be grown by our farmers. We must commend the government that they have taken the lead in expanding the palm oil area from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana to our northeast and even to other non-traditional states. I am certain this seminar will give attention on all the various aspects, and in the years to come will become self-sufficient in edible oil production. Before parting, I must say, we must also examine here that the target policy of the government also should be looked into in detail. We are signing FTAs with different power blocks. We signed it with the EU, one is on land with the US. How that is going to impact the palm oil as a whole? Because we know palm oil is only grown in certain parts of the world, and when we sign FTA, the different oils from other parts of the world will compete with palm oil. This is a question which is raising and in India. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to address you. Thank you.
They now invite Dr. Meenakshi Tripathi, President Fare Labs, to kindly deliver a talk on strengthening quality and safety ecosystem to pursue PIC services. Then your expertise and insight will greatly guide us towards better practices. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Meenakshi.
निकल जाओ बाहर, तब मत कर मुझे।
strengthening quality and safety ecosystem through trusted TIC services. So this half-day seminar is organized by OTI, Oil Technologies Association of India, and Fare Labs Pvt.ltd, with the support of Malaysian Farmer Council and DAC. So you have already learned about OTI and DAC during recent addresses. It is now my privilege to introduce Fare Labs Pvt.ltd, a leading organization and a key contributor of global about Fare Labs, we believe that we are private into a company. We have 4 units of operation at Gurugram. We have pan-India presence. We have more than 40 offices in India to cater the industrial needs. So this is the 4D manufacturing facility over here. So these are the accreditations, certifications and recognitions. We are in testing, we are in calibration, PTP, inspection, certification and product certification, FSMS and all type of regulatory recognitions like FSSAI, AIC, APIDA, T-Code, IOP, EDC, BIS, IUSH, ADRP, DSIR, MOEF and all. We have also agreement with the national and international universities like Associationof University, California, national scientific institutes like CSR laboratories, HPTI, NIFTEM, Pvt.ltd, SGT University, CPET for further research work and the staff which are working over here, they can also do the research over here and they get the PhD from these universities. So this is the infrastructure which we have. We are in testing. In testing, we are covering chemical, biological, radiological, mechanical, and electrical. And in calibration, we are catering thermal metrology, mechanical metrology, dimensional metrology, EEG, fluid flow, and calibration of medical devices. We are also in proficiency testing and R&D and inspection. So whenever we enter into any industry, we give a one-stop stop for the industry. Like if we enter into any bakery industry, we test their raw products, we test their final products, we also calibrate their instruments, ovens, thermal instruments or mechanical instruments. We are also into pollution testing, so we are taking care of their inlet, outlet, ambient air, heat stack and everything. So and if they are having their small laboratory in their industrial site, which is ISO 170 accredited, ISO 17025 accredited, then they can also participate in our PT programs to check their proficiency of testing at their unit. We have entered into R&D. In few months, we will release our metal residue CRMs in the market. We have associated with CSIR, IIT Lucknow for the production of R&D material. We are also into inspection and certification. So these are the testing categories from edible oil, fats and chemicals to air purifiers, UV chambers or dishwashers. So we are giving services to more or less each or every type of industry which are FMCG sector, which are present in India or globally. We are working with the domestic manufacturers, we are working with the importers, we are working with the exporters. So we are having more than 3,000 test parameters in our scope, from physical and chemical analysis to microbiological, antibiotic residues, pesticide residues, in safety and quality parameters we are covering. We are covering, if we talk about farmers, so there is a concern about MCDD, GE, dioxins and furans. We are checking in our laboratory. We are doing fatty acid methyl esters. We are doing GMO analysis, shelf life studies, and other contaminants. We are also working with allergen studies. So these are the major equipments which we have. We have multiple GC NSMS with triple portable system, LC NSMS with triple portable system, ICPMS, GC with high efficiency detector for dioxin and furans and various other instruments. So these are along with the testing laboratory, we are having state-of-the-art calibration laboratory, and these are the list of standards, representative list of the standards, and these standards are used to calibrate the calibrators of high-end instruments, different types of fixed point standards, and different temperature bars we have, which are same as NPL and MI of India. And this is also a list of standards. We have GPS-based medium frequency primary standard used to calibrate time and frequency as which is of accuracy of 10 to the power minus 12 and readability of 10 to the power minus 14, and it is connected to cesium frequency standard whose signal we receive to antenna broadcasted by American Space Service provider. also PT provider. We are accredited in testing as well as in calibration since 2019, and we are one of the biggest PT provider if we compare with LGC UK or CSL UK or FAPAS or LGC. And we have 3,000 participants from government and private bodies and international participants from South America, North America, UAE, Nepal, Bhutan, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Sudan, Somalia, Saudi Arabia. As you can see, we are trying to cover the most of the scope. In molecular analysis, we are doing DNA testing and GM analysis by PCR. We have 250 PT schemes in testing and 84 PT schemes in calibration. We are the only one to organize PT in radioactivity in food items and water worldwide. No other agency is available to conduct PT programs in radioactivity analysis. We are into inspection as well. We are ISO 7020 accredited, which we got accreditation in 2023, and we are covering hotels as well as food and agriculture products. So we are having state-of-the-art engineering service as well, in which we are doing efficiency audits, turnkey solutions, and to the industries we install and service and maintenance of utilities as well. So why Fare Labs leads the TIC sector? Because you can see we have extensive scope of services, one of the largest testing scope globally, more than 50,000 parameters, highly qualified human resource, 800 plus professionals, including BTech, PhDs, and postdoctoral fellows. We have comprehensive TIC services across sectors like testing, calibration, PT, reference material production, inspection, and certification. We have state-of-the-art infrastructure with advanced and cutting-edge instrumentation. We have strong customer base serving more than 10,000 national and multinational customers. Beyond this, value-added capabilities we have. We have patent offering product development, training, R&D, and engineering services, which enhances the value of other sectors, other departments. And we have global presence. We are delivering services across more than 38 countries through testing, calibration, PT, and training programs. These are lists of representative customers. Our representative client list speaks for itself. We are trusted by global leaders like Boeing, the United States Department of Defense, and Lockheed Martin. We are also directly handle highly specialized instruments associated with the Pentagon, reflecting the trusted part placed in our technical competence and quality systems. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for these insightful words. It's my honor and privilege to invite Dr. S.P. Singh, DPG, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Government of India, to kindly deliver the inaugural address. Sir, we look forward to your visionary guidance and inspiring words to mark the beginning of today's program. Sir, please.
Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon, everyone present in this hall. Most respected dignitaries in the dais, Dr. Mahapatra, Chairman of Fare, Dr. Sanjay Kumar is our Chairman, Dr. S.K. Secretary of Government of India, senior functionaries of the hotel, Joshi, Mathur and other dignitaries. I've been very excited when I was reached from Professor Sanjay Kumar that you have to be here because oil palm is one crop which is under my domain, that is Particle Science in Council of Agricultural Research, and it is the oil, tree oil bearing palm, which is almost like to say, which has immense potential and has shown its presence. And here, our chairperson is here, Dr. Mahapatra was the architect when the oil palm mission was launched, and accordingly delivered. I should say that it was a very move that India, which is almost 50% vegetarian, and we have deficiency in vegetable oil and this edible oil. Not only we are totally, if you see, hardly 30% of the requirement by industry. But to meet the demand for such a big population and also to have a continuous supply, oil palm was the best that the government of India could make. And then the mission was launched where 28 lakh hectares have been identified in 22 states where it has expanded. And those are the things where other ministries played a part, where GIS technology from ISRO, IMD was taken and we mapped the area where the future expansion has to happen. And roughly, we have to use the area from present around 5.8 lakh hectares. Friends, this crop, it has been long time we talked about the brief speaker about the benefits of it, even the myths regarding the health and the other issues associated with it. And this August, what we have here has shown that we have one option, that is to expand the area, be self-sufficient in our need for the industry. Now, Fare Lab is doing a very good and what I presented that. It has to, the myths and the misconception which catches the attention of the general public regarding its health and the other issues related, like it is causing the main cause for the obesity, heart diseases, and other ailments, and even some that they have even propagated that causes some cancer, skin, or but very happy that the entire gamut of the stakeholders, right from the producers, cooperatives, even startups, I can see very young audience is there, which is already working in this area in the entire value chain. We have to, at least we don't have any options. We have to prove the Western world, which many a times they promote something which is not suitable to them. But from the ICR, we have our Institute in Oil Palm Research in Gurugram, Andhra Pradesh. It is the nodal agency which is dealing with the varieties, very good varieties, some of the high oil content, like Godavari, Varna, and Ratna is there. And the entire nursery management practice, the chain of nurseries which we have here, we know that we are still importing around 70% of our planting material from outside. So we have to have those, the bioresource center where we can have the nursery planting material, then the biofertilizers and the other, so that we have to think that when we talk about more, we should be more conscious that we don't add in the residual issues. And very big movement by the Andhra government, especially for the natural farming through oil palm, which I could see. And then it was sometime that the price fluctuation was there, which was causing a concern. Then we have gone into the multiple or the intercropping of oil palm with other high value crops. Essentially, because of the climate change and the other erratic weather pattern, it gives the same effect to the farmer, essentially, who is invested in this sector, like cocoa, cinnamon, turmeric, ginger, intercrops, and the same facilities is infrastructure, what we need for hybridization, propagation, helps us in getting more returns, and that was really practically possible because in natural farming they have gone way ahead. Especially the challenge of reduced flight, which is sometimes it is a problem. Then comes the use of the chemicals. So how to reduce? Again, we are targeting some of the bioagents and the consortia, which is perfectly matching the thing we need, and it's very effective. So that's why the bioresource center concept has come. One area we also are working regarding the mechanization, which is a labor-intensive thing, and there for all your operations you have to have mechanized and That's the area where our institute, along with the Central Institute of Agriculture in Bhopal, are working. And another area regarding the biochemical or the residual thing or the health component, my friend here, Dr. Suresh is there from BioPR and Matthew is also there. They have worked for the safety and how safe is the lake. And that's what some of the initiatives have been made by the school by the Yoshiji and some initiatives from Akai and even from ICMR. We got the indication that we have initiated project so that all the myths related to the oil palm, because it is in the oil where India population has been more on. Of course, oil mission is there, also mission is there, but oil palm mission is the one which is also supporting it and it has a substantial global value. Very happy to be part of this celebration. Thank you for having me, Jay.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Dr.
Very good afternoon and congratulations for this very important seminar. The groupies on the dais, Dr. Mathur, Dr. Gurugram, Chairperson PvT.ltd, Dr. S.K. Singh, BDG, ICAR, Dr. Nutritional, President Fare Labs, National President OPAI, Mr. Joshi, President OPAI Toronto, Vasudeva Patnaik, I can see the hall, Dr. Mathur, Director of IIOR, Dr. K. Suresh, Director IIOPR, and all the participants in this hall. Very good afternoon once again. One thing when we talk of palm oil, sometimes I feel this is one area which runs more on perception and misinformation rather than on evidence-based science. And from that perspective, it is so important that we are organizing this particular seminar. Because if you talk of palm oil, it means we talk of nutrition, we talk of public health, we talk of, I would say, agriculture, we talk of food security and oil security and sustainability, and we talk of trade economics. So there are several important issues which are associated with this palm oil. Therefore, when I was listening to Dr. S.K. Singh, he told that Mahapatra initiated one mission on oil palm in ICAR. And I feel now is the time to launch a second version of that mission that we say that National Palm Oil Innovation and Sustainable Mission. And this mission now we combine agriculture with health science, agriculture with processing technology, sustainability and trade. So it's a complete package what we call it. And why we call it sustainability? Because water is an issue, climate change is an issue, and then we have zero deforestation policy. So we should keep that in mind. So keeping some of those things, I think we should launch it second. Sometimes I also feel when I was listening to Dr. Senza on the area under palm oil, that India can be certainly a global center for palm oil science and research. Can we have a, suppose when we talk of palm oil, we consider nutrition science into it. We integrate cardiovascular science into it because several people talk of cardiovascular health associated with palm oil. We integrate frying stability issues because you talk of any industry, food industry, everybody talks of frying problems. So then we talk of its sustainable cultivation, and we can also think that palm oil is nutraceuticals. I think that's quite important because we know that palm oil has so many nutrients of vitamin D, protein, etc. So I think it is an opportunity that whenever we project something on palm oil, we are an evidence-based institution, and India. You must be aware that recently India has launched a bio-BG policy. And one of the concerns in that bio-BG policy is that we focus on bioeconomy issues, we focus on circular economy. It means how we utilize even the waste that becomes important. Because when we talk of palm oil, we know that amount of biomass, then residue that it generates after extracting the oil, then that residue has a lot of potential in terms of bioenergy production. And we should try to utilize it, and can we think something on that direction? Range of biochemicals it generates, and we can think of that. So, next issue is using that waste, can we think of also integrating with the biodegradable plastics? Because nowadays plastic is a major concern, and there are few countries which integrate the waste into bioplastic production apart from bioenergy. I think that is yet another area where we can think of. And certainly in that circular bioeconomy model, we should not forget about high value chemicals apart from the oil that is important plant produces. So if we can integrate food, energy and biomaterial economy, it will be a truly sustainable model. I feel this palm oil can bring to us. So I find that actually, lot of opportunity when we talk about palm oil. And I feel even when we talk of enhancing the income of farmers, doubling the income of farmers, that is, all those farmers which are associated with farming of palm tree, I think they can be a role model that how the farm income can be reduced. So, apart from anything else, it can also enter into that direction. And I am sure that so many deliberations are going on, they will continue to go on. And then when I listen to Rajendra and government about various activity of AI, I am sure that they will take all these things into the next level, and these deliberations will be so helpful in their direction. So I congratulate you all, particularly Wild Technologies Associationof India, Fare Labs, and Malaysian Palm Oil Council, who are going to be organizing this important conference. And Malaysia, we know that they are way ahead in this direction, but when it comes to sustainability, probably this is the opportunity when we can make use of that this particular forum. So my best wishes to all the participants, and particularly Wild Technology Association of India, Fare Labs and MPOC, who will take you to the next. Congratulations to all, and wish you all the best of the talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I respectfully invite Dr.
Dr. Naik, Dr. Sajid Kumar, Dr. Sri Singh, Mr. Joshi, Dr. Nakshi, all the colleagues and delegates who are present today in this program. Extremely happy to be here despite my inconvenience. But I was congratulated that I should be here. I was reluctant. But with the invitation of Fare Labs and my association for quite some time now, I thought I should be here. That too of a topic which is very close to my heart. In fact, when I was Secretary and the ICI, I made the first presentation in PMO about the oil palm before starting the mission, and that was the starting point. Discussing the pros and cons of having a mission on oil palm. The constituted committee under the chairmanship of Dr. BMC Reddy, who was once Vice Chancellor of Horticulture University in Andhra Pradesh, to assess what could be the area of oil palm in this country. That time it was about 3 lakh hectares. And assessment was that one can go up to 15-16 lakh hectares. Then we had detailed deliberation involving all experts, particularly National Bureau of Soil Survey and Land Use Planning, located at Nagpur, and others with regard to land use. And subsequently, the report was submitted and it was found, rather it was estimated that we can go up to 28-29 lakh hectares in the area. There was a reluctance to accept expansion of area in states where irrigated ecologies contribute to productivity gains in other crops, and substituting that with oil palm probably was thought not a good idea. And even today, some section also believes that probably would not be a good idea. The focus was then on Northeast. There was some discussion on expanding the area in Andaman Nicobar Island. I constituted a team to visit Andaman Nicobar Island. My own colleagues from our students visited and they. So, the rest is history. I don't want to go into the details what all happened. But subsequently, we developed the Ministry of Agriculture, Department of Agriculture and Cooperation then. And then Indian Council of Agriculture Research, we sat together and prepared a document to have national mission on edible oil palm. About 11,000 crores. Honorable Prime Minister took interest and it was approved. That was in the year 2021. Provisions were made, very
planting material, particularly the seedlings, because many of them are to be imported, most of those are imported relative capacity in this country, though we have the gardens, seed gardens. And then 42,000 per hectare for management for 4 years. Also support for farm equipment, including drones, because what was visualized then with regard to use of drones, because the terrains that we talked about in Northeast, harvesting is difficult, transport is difficult, spraying is difficult, yield irrigation is difficult, though we say that relevant ecology in Northeast, but still some months it requires irrigation. So drones for the purpose, various purposes, and support to that, customized incentives, the intercropping, what was mentioned by Dr. S.K. Singh, everything was covered, in fact, the complete package, so that the farmers benefit. Industries were encouraged. I will not go into that, who all were present and how we were discussed. My Honorable Prime Minister himself was present in the last meeting. So it was true. And there is some progress. We have close to 6 lakh hectares now, and we envisage that by 2030 we should have about 16.7 lakh hectares. So it is a very difficult task, I would say, given progress. But still, industries are there to support. It's not just Northeast. The kind of progress that we see in Telangana, for instance, and Andhra Pradesh, planting material is key, and it's being promoted. The fundamental question that pertains to the topic of this seminar is why, after all, the palm oil? That time also questions were raised. When I made the presentation, so these questions were there. In fact, Cabinet Secretary Shah, the then Cabinet Secretary, raised these questions. When we say 50% saturation of the oil, so that obviously, as compared to the mustard oil, which is claimed, it didn't claim to be very good heart-friendly oil. Doctors of AIDS, the name Dr. AIDS, he always promoted mustard oil. Today, it's being promoted. So 50% saturation there, trans fat is not there, of course. That's positive. And what was argued in favor? Of course, we have been importing for a long time. It's not that we're not importing, we are consuming refined oil. But then, what was argued that we have been consuming? We get it at a cheaper price. And certainly, blending is happening. And otherwise, one can mix at home and use alternatively. So there are many things which were discussed. And we came to the conclusion, the country came to the conclusion, the policy makers came to the conclusion that we must have it. We must expand the area. And that's the reason why there was a kind of scheme. Otherwise, government would not have gone for this. So there was convincing evidences. And as Dr. Patnaik said, that you cannot get 4 to 5 tons of oil per hectare. 4 to 5 tons of oil per hectare from any other oil-related annual crops. Oil-related crops. Of course, tree species are different. When the question was raised, we were discussing and Prime Minister asked this question. What are these different trees that can be explored? Of course, olive is one. But whatever the area, all that, Rajasthan had olive and nothing anyway, I'm not going to reference to that topic. But the point is that certainly this is a very big advantage. That 4 tons, 5 tons. And the second is, that's on top, the semi-dwarf plant types, varieties or hybrids, that can be promoted in this country. Fortunately, our oil palm industry has been implementation and discussion and developed hybrids which has semi-dwarf types. Harvesting is easy, management is easy, spraying is easy, weed management is easy. So, all of issues are there which would probably be easy to manage. So, promoting that. And what was most important is tissue culture protocol for large scale multiplication. Reduce variation in batch to batch with regard to quality of the planting material. That's now standardized, and I believe we can produce what is required. Suppose the current capacity is not there, then we go. But the other fundamental point which we need to discuss and emphasize is how we place palm oil with regard to coconut oil. Coconut oil, more than 80% saturation. Coconut oil, more than 80% saturation. Consumed in Kerala. Of course, huge quantity is not consumed. And in fact, the dietary recommendations, if you see, doesn't say that day in and day out to start eating and drinking coconut oil. But still, without whatever quantity they are consuming. So, but as compared to that, certainly palm oil is much better. Much better. So the other benefit, there are a whole lot of health benefits. I believe that the experts will discuss these issues. And of course, the red palm oil, inverted comma. I believe we'll be discussing more on that the health benefits of red palm oil, the unrefined ones, what all it contains, the functional food that is written there in the seminar topic. It's a true functional food, and how it is being used and how we can promote and what way to promote it. So this is one area I believe is important and fundamental to our discussion. I believe the experts will be deliberating. I will not really expand on this. Certainly, it has a lot of strength. How to consume, what to consume, what way to cook, better best way to cook. So they are all issues to deliberate and recommend. And certainly, we have also opportunity for biodiesel with a high octane number of palm oil. There is plenty of opportunity to reduce use of diesel, the fossil fuel. And the added advantage is 60 to 70% reduction on the carbon emission, the carbon dioxide emission, as compared to diesel. So this is another plus, and that's the reason why we're talking of food-related issues of oil. But this is added kind of thing as we go along. But today, as I said, Dr. Pratnaik mentioned that 60% are importing, of that 60% is palm oil. Of course, now there is a reduction because we are going to soybean oil, the sunflower oil, and all that. So all these are happening. So I believe you are the best minds here to deliberate on. I am not an expert. We are involved in all these, so I have some information to tell you. But the government is going on with increasing area under oil palm, and certainly tomorrow there will be more palm oil available 5 years down the line. And we should prepare ourselves. Unless there is a positive narrative built around the oil, obviously you will be in trouble. What But still, because our edible oil situation is not good, so we have to have that positive narrative based on solid evidences. Unfortunately, our research, evidence building, supporting documentation for palm oil has not happened as it should have happened by now. So that research involving the health experts, the dietitians and everybody concerned is far more relevant today. That we are expanding our area, that we are importing a huge quantity. Let us build more evidences. That is what is important and we will be doing. And I'm sure this particular seminar is very, very relevant, much awaited, and we should have as many such seminars as possible in different regions, parts of the country to highlight the benefits of this oil and then subsequently promote it. So this is thanks to Fare Lab and Kai and all that whosoever is concerned in organizing this particular seminar. So I am thankful to the thanks to the organizers for inviting me to be part of this particular program. So I'm sure your deliberations will bring in fact-based, evidence-based recommendations for implementation to be taken note of by the policy makers to promote the palm oil, the consumption in this country. And with these words, I wish the seminar grand success. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
It is my privilege to invite Mr. D. Maki, immediate past president and Fare Labs, to present the keynote address. Sir, your experience and perspective will greatly enrich the session. I request you to please come to the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, researchers, medical practitioners, nutritionists, industry professionals and friends. I especially mention the name of Dr. K.K. Pang, Director, IIT Roorkee, who has come today. He has done one project, the Diabetes Association of India, on your friend oil. And I also mentioned Dr. M. Gupta, Director IIT Lucknow, who have come especially to attend this. Good afternoon to you all, and thank you for the honor of addressing you today on the nutritional and functional aspects of palm oil, a commodity that powers global food systems, yet remains one of the most misunderstood in modern nutrition discourse. Palm oil is valued for its versatility, stability, and yield. But beyond its economic and culinary roles, palm oil offers a remarkable profile of nutrition and bioactive compounds that position it as more than just a cooking medium, a potential functional food with evidence-based health benefits. Key nutritional and health benefits. Evidence from preclinical, epidemiological, and human studies highlights palm oil potential when consumed moderately in balanced diet. Cardiovascular health. The balanced fatty acids combined with tocotrienols and phytosterols support favorable lipid profile, that is, potential increase in HDL, reductions in LDL oxidation,
and overall cholesterol management in some contexts. Tocotrienols show promise in reducing arterial stiffness and oxidative stress linked to heart disease. Second, brain and neuroprotection. Tocotrienols excel here, stabilizing while meta lesions linked to cognitive decrease and stroke, improving memory and attention, and in adults, complaints and offering potential in neurodegenerative models like Parkinson's style or non. Red palm oil antioxidants combat oxidative damage control to aging in conditions like Alzheimer's. Antioxidant and anti-inflammatory defense. The synergy of carotenoids, tocotrienols, and polyphenols reduce oxidative stress, inflammation, and related risks. That is potential benefits in diabetes management, skin health, and even anti-cancer properties in models. Now, regarding the functional property, palm oil is one of the versatile vegetable oil globally due to its unique functional properties. This includes a balanced fatty acid profile, semi-solid consistency at room temperature, high oxidative stability, neutral flavor, and color in refined form, high smoke point, and excellent heat resistance. These traits make it highly suitable for both food and non-food applications. Palm oil is often fractionated into components like palmolene, a liquid fraction used for frying and cooking, and palm stearin, a solid fraction used in shortenings and confectionery, enhancing adaptability. Key functional properties of palm oil: high stability and resistance to oxidation. It extends shelf life and prevents rancidity. It is semi-solid at room temperature. It provides spreadability, texture, and structure without hydrogenation, thereby avoiding trans fats. Its high melting point around 36 degrees centigrade for whole palm oil, maintaining firmness in products. It is neutral in taste and smell, that in refined form, thereby does not overpower other flavors. Its high smoke point, especially of refined form, that is 230 to 235 degrees centigrade, thereby making it ideal for high heat cooking. Natural antioxidants like tocotrienols, beta-carotene in red palm oil. This adds stability and potential health benefits. Main applications in food industry are palm oil dominates processed food because of these functional properties, accounting for a large share of global vegetarian oils in edible products. First is deep frying and cooking oil. Because of its excellent heat stability, oxidative resistance, and crisp texture, it is extensively used in fried snacks, instant noodles, fast food, and household frying. It is used in margarines, spreads, and shortenings also because of its because it provides spreadability, cleanliness, and structure. It acts a butter-like alternative. Then it's bakery products like cookies, cakes, pastries, and biscuits, because it imparts moisture, flakiness, tenderness, and extended shelf life. It is also used in confectionery and chocolates, because it can be used in coatings, fillings, and cocoa butter equivalents, for it prevents blooming and ensures a smooth texture. It is also used in ice cream and dairy alternatives, because it contributes to creamy, mouthful, and stability. Other uses like salad oils, that is superoline, vanaspati, that is vegetable in the form of stearin, and that too trans fat replacer. The main non-food applications are about 10 to 20% of the palm oil goes to non-edible users, leveraging its chemical versatility, that is, as oleochemicals for surfactants, personal care cosmetics, that is soaps, shampoos, deodorants, lipsticks, toothpaste, for foaming, emollients, and fragrance retention. Household products like detergents, cleaning agents, candles, for cleaner burn, holds color and fragrances. It is used as biofuels and energy. It is used as biodiesel feedstock and industrial uses as lubricants, greases, coatings, paints, pharmaceutical, agrochemicals, and more. Palm oil's functionality make it cost-effective, efficient, and widely adopted in global manufacturing. Through sustainability concerns have led to increased demand for certified sustainable source like ours. Thank you. Now we will listen to our experts who will tell you about the evidence in medical science and applications. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Our inaugural session is over. Now we will be going forward to the technical session. And before this, I would request Mathu sir to please come forward and present a token of appreciation to our delegates. Now, I request Dr. S.P. Singh, BTG, ICAR, Government of India, to come forward for the token of appreciation.
सर पीछे आएगा सर.
I would again request Mathu sir to give. I would request C.S. Joshi sir to present token of appreciation to T. Mohapatra sir. Request Meenakshi ma'am to present token of appreciation to Pattaraya sir. Now I would request Pvt.ltd sir to present token of appreciation to Rajiv Churi sir. Now, request Rajiv Churi sir, our national president, to give a token of appreciation to our past president, D. Mathur sir. Request again Chindi Vasudeva sir to give the token of appreciation to Nutritional. Now I would again request Rajiv Churi sir to give token of appreciation to C.S. Joshi sir.
सामने बुला
Now I would
थोड़ा बीच में आओ प्लीज सर बीच में
एक बार हटा दो, एक बार ग्रुप हो जाए।
यार तुमने ग्रुप तो कर लिया, ग्रुप में भी करी तो फिर मैं भी तोड़ सकते हो।
I would request Mr. C.S. Joshi and Dr. Shyam to come forward and give the token of appreciation to our special guest, Dr. K.K. from IIT. This is a special award in the memory of Mrs. Jayanti Adhikari, wife of Dr. Shyam Adhikari, which is given from the North Zone. Please give a big round of applause.
आगे मत जाओ।
One was constituted by Dr. in memory of his wife, who was distinguished and not always organizing this was
दीपक पीछे रहना। पीछे आ जाओ, पीछे आ जाओ, पीछे आ जाओ, पीछे आ जाओ। मैं उतार लूँगा, मैं आगे आऊँगा, क्या फ़ायदा है। देखो आगे जाना है, आपको मैंने नहीं माना। सब पीछे आएंगे, बस आराम से दीजिए।
थोड़ा सा बैक करो।
मैं बैठ जाता हूँ, जाओ खुद कर लो आराम से।
सामने दीजिए। यस
स्ट्रेट देखिए,
यस
कैमरा नहीं देख रहे।
थैंक यू।
Sorry, just hold this.
इसे लाइट चाहिए भाई।
Okay. So yeah, okay, with a lovely smile. Actually, sir. Okay, 3, 2, 1, sir. On the camera. थोड़ा साइड होना भैया। हाँ, okay, that's good. Very nice. Thank you.
Now we formally
बढ़ जा।
start our technical session. And our first lecture, technical session, is by Professor Padma Srivastava, Chairperson University College of Gurugram. Our brain and how to use it. Please give her a big round of applause. Professor Padma Srivastava. Thank you.
बैटरी बदल है जब उतार रखते हैं
कैमरे की बंद होती फिर वो दिक्कत होता है। ये पता नहीं क्या,
ये तब से वही चल रहा है।
वही चल रही है। बदलूंगा वैसे ही बंद हो जाएगा, फिर वो हो पाएगा। तो मैं छेड़ दे रहा, 2 पॉइंट पड़ी है, मैं चली जाए। मुझे यार तुम दिक्कत देता तुम लोग आते हैं।
Since the complex system created by Almighty, every organ is important, and this supercomputer doesn't work, nothing else works. So every action has a kind of an mechanical basis with its position and its integrated terms. So these are largely the lobes which are there in front, in the back, and inside of your brain, and they have specific function. And there I have listed out that whether you hear, you speak, you understand, your balance, your motor, your sensory system, the most important what I would say your feelings, whether you're angry, you feel loved, you have hatred, you want to kill somebody. There are those neurochemicals which put forward those actions which you will do. Therefore, that's the and to keep it alive, you have this complex network of blood vessels. Every single nanosecond, they have to supply the nutrition and the oxygen. If you don't have that, then that part of the brain dies. As simple as that. The brain does not have a storehouse. It's not like the liver where you can fast for some time and still be okay. For the brain, every single second you need this constant supply. And that's the reason when that supply is cut off, just called a brain attack or a stroke. And just a week ago, we had a publication from the Indian Council of Medical Research of what's happening in the brain attack across the country. Now, as I speak to you, every 30 seconds there is a stroke, and every 3 minutes there is a stroke death. It's just that if it is not happening in front of us, it's not happening to somebody you know, doesn't mean it's not happening. And 1 in 4 all strokes happen in age groups less than 40 years of age. So just like you have young heart attacks or brain attacks. So when there is a brain attack or there is a lack of then what happens is that you will lose some part of the body function. And if you look at the statistics, we have around estimated 16 million strokes which happened last year, 2 million. And the last publication which came from ICMR is they actually looking at all the major hospitals, which include names of PGI or the SCPGI or whatever big hospitals that have. And in that they found that actually the treatment of brain attack, which actually it's an emergency. If a heart attack, what do? You sit and do yoga or you go to hospital. No brainer. If there is a road traffic accident, will you sit and just meditate or will you go to hospital? All the emergencies, you're rushing for a medical treatment. Whether it is a heart attack or a brain attack or a road traffic accident, any life emergency, you go to hospital. Now the brain attack, basically when you say that there is a lack of blood supply, I need to restore the blood. Isn't it? Simple. Common sense. So there is a vessel which is blocked. I short time. So every minute counts, and there are common myths in the reality. Stroke is not preventable, it's a myth. You can prevent it. In fact, 75% can be prevented. It's just one thing you can have done, that is go younger. That's right. So when there is an age max for in a moment of age, it does increase the risk. So cannot be treated again and then very elegantly be treated. The stroke does not really need to mortality. Stroke does not disable. Need not lead to death, need not disable. It strikes the elderly? No. It will strike any music then you should play an English level. Please take some more. And then please don't stop that on your own. Get back to the physician, let him decide whether you should opt for the medication. Because BP is a silent killer. Do not stop the drugs on your own. Besides that, of course, your like sugar, your cholesterol, obesity. The most important thing, what you have in your plan is smoking, alcohol. 1 drop of alcohol is bad for your brain. And this is the World Health Organization directive. Forget about red wine, white wine, and mature wine. Doesn't exist. Okay? Thanks to Carlo, I think we always have this color and wines which are good. Bullshit. There's nothing like that. Drop of alcohol, bad for the brain, and this has been said for South Asian communities and ethnicity, alcohol is bad. Get it off. Smoking, of course, there's nothing to really salvage why people smoke. Besides that is your sleep. Another thing that can happily sacrifice is your sleep. You know, earlier those days that I can give you 4 hours of sleep. Only you, pretty sure somebody can do it. Please don't think all of you are made out of that kind of stuff. And it's been documented that less than 7 hours of sleep, more than 9 hours of sleep, both are bad. Fully pyramid. So have your sleep there with you. Stress is up to you. Different things to different people. Going home and eating somebody's place you don't like is stress. Versus, you know, you can rocket launcher will also be stress. That I believe up to you. Stress is a very important factor which can be into. But sleep, and there are some things like you snore in the sleep or sleep apnea. That's an important risk factor. Now these are important things, and one thing which has been added on to the list is the particular factor of pollution. 2.5, you know, the particular that has been now documented to be an important trigger for strokes. And then we have the lifestyle. This, I think this is being said. You know, you can't really say, and look at this obesity part of it. Now, gymming is a glamorous thing. And also, it's actually a very expensive thing. Now, I know of people who will drive their BMW 2 kilometers, go to the gym, take a lift, walk 2 lifts, 2 floors straight into the gym, work out, take the lift and come down, and drive home in the BMW. So you really don't need to be rich to get into this. You can actually walk instead of taking the lift. condition and not have a stroke, we have in fact developed stroke. After that, we have blood pressure, we have salt, we have lose weight, very easy to stay. Then how many of us have most of you are you don't have to lose any more weight. And then this is obesity, yes, especially I think exercise is something seriously. Just factor that in. Just walk. Forget about those smart watches and 3,000 steps. Just do it whenever you can, whatever you can. And the whole problem is that you keep prescribing pills instead of doing all that. This is a program that has been developed, and yoga is a way of life. Seriously, it's not just doing weighting exercises and all such things. And time is important. And then very little about dementia, I think, because a lot of few people who are really interested how to prescribe. And isn't it? So you have to stop. So this burden of dementia is again increasing tremendously. It is exponential, and in fact, how India will be a dementia capital soon, which is not again good. And the other demographics in India, the risk factors probably for dementia besides age, family history. Now let me tell you, there is a treatment for Alzheimer's dementia. Practically, we can stop it. It's not that it is no longer not treatable anymore. And because maybe people longer, whatever. Low socioeconomic status. Most important here is literacy, and there is let me come to this slide quickly. So let me just talk this. Yeah. It's been said that there is a Lancet Commission. This has been updated again recently. How do you preserve your memory in the middle life? How many of us are in the middle age? There should be a lot of us in the middle life. As you're not really young, not old. It's in this stage that if you can preserve your hearing, when there is a hearing loss, a lot of people don't wear hearing aids. Maybe hearing aids are child copying hearing. But besides that, hearing loss, not taking care of blood pressure and blood sugar, social network, actual social network, not being in a virtual world, and avoid depression. So basically, these are very few things. They said that if you can avoid those, you can prevent dementia to a tune of 37%. It's big. Even if you develop, even if you have a family history of Alzheimer's, even if you have an ApoE4 as a genetic predisposition which is there in your body, if you can maintain this, be physically active, control your blood pressure, control your blood sugar, have your hearing, your senses preserved, don't drink, don't smoke. That's it. And remain socially connected. Talk to people and not talk to your phone. This kind of a thing, system that developed that you can actually, even if you predispose to develop Alzheimer's, you not able. And that's where you have exercise central and keep learning. Skill learning is another thing which should actually be active. I think yes, this is where it is. And I think that cognitive reserve, this is one concept which has come. It's like a bank balance. In COVID time, the people had a lot of money and they had no employment to survive. Because to repeat something, you still have something to survive. Cognitive reserve is the bank balance. If you have a good reserve, as to age and you have attrition, you still have enough not to be dependent on people. To do that, I think I'll end here. Yes. Last of my slides here. Yes. This is not the way we're going to be, right? We will order all of that and then say also we can take an aspirin to save us. It's not going to be that way. And this is not the way you walk your dog. And I didn't say how you say it. You take an aspirin every day, but you walk 5 minutes before you take an aspirin, and everything nice. I think that is the truth of life. Many people are now trying to get immortality and working on that. I don't know. But I think it's good to learn. There is a universe which is telling us what to do. There is a universe, they say, oh, is a universe. Actually, we are all part of the universe, and we have a cycle. And the one with the main one there. So in this cycle, it is again to live your life rather than treading and showing, using what you already have and have a place for it. Thank you.
Now, I will request Dr. Rajiv Churi to give a token of appreciation to Professor Padma Srivastava.
नहीं यार पानी ले जाओगे
For the next technical session, I would like to invite Dr. K. Suresh, Director IOPR, Telugu, Andhra Pradesh. And the topic of his talk is Strengthening India's Agricultural Security through Sustainable Oil Palm Cultivation. We welcome you, sir, on the podium. I would like to request every speaker to be strict on time. There are 15 minutes and on every 12 minutes we will be giving a bus and then you have to find out next minutes. Thank you.
Dear delegates, so thanks for the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present on this topic. The topic given to me was strengthening agricultural security through agricultural cultivation. So I think during the inaugural session there have been discussion that India is dependent on the import of vegetable oil, particularly from Malaysia and Indonesia, to the tune of 57%. And still, we are the largest importer in the world. So, if you take last year's data, we have imported nearly 15 million tons with a worth of nearly 1.37 lakh crores, which is a huge money, and then it is draining our exchequer. And the share of palm oil in this is around 59%. So, this is alarming. So, for that purpose, now I think various schemes have come out, and the present scheme is an NPO, which the government of India is taking care of, right? And if you take the scenario of oil palm, the current status, so the potential area of nearly 28 lakh hectares has been identified, out of which the present area is 5.65. The production is 0.42, which is very meager. And I made a short SWOT analysis for oil palm. If you take our strength, so we have large potential area and we have dedicated an institute for oil palm research, and financial support is given by DSC, the government of India, to all the stakeholders. Being an irrigated crop, the yields are on par with Malaysia. And coming to the weaknesses, it has a long gestation period, that is 3 to 4 years. Being a perennial crop, we have insufficient indigenous planting material for faster area expansion. And another important 2 points which I want to highlight is, if you want to develop a hybrid for oil palm, it takes nearly 20 years. And to develop a technology, it takes 8 to 10 years. So people doesn't have that much patience. So this is a weakness actually. And coming to the opportunity, it is the highest vegetable crop, and it can be grown under diverse conditions, scope for intercrop and import substitution. And the threat here, which I want to highlight, is the price is dependent on the international market. And if you are making a crop oil palm, then the land is considered for nearly 20 to 25 years. You cannot change the crop. And there is a negative propaganda on palm oil, which I think in the inaugural session it has been highlighted. And there is a false narration on the use of conserve water. So here, I think in the earlier session also there is a lot of talk about sustainability. So if I have to coin the word sustainability, it is the most abused word actually which is used for oil palm in the Indian context. So people say it is sustainable and other things. So I am categorically telling that oil palm in India is sustainable. There is absolutely no question of sustainability question at all. So this one, I think people should keep in mind that Indian oil palm is sustainable. Forest lands are not being used for oil palm cultivation, even in the northeastern region. And it is the zoom lands which are being used for oil palm cultivation in the entire northeastern region. And when there is no forest lands, absolutely there is no loss of biodiversity. The flora and fauna are not being affected because forest lands are not being used. And we have done a survey. We calculated the water requirement. People say in articles, YouTube and other things that oil palm is a guzzler, water guzzler. So many words actually has been used. So here if you see the water requirement, you see that table. Oil palm, the requirement is less compared to banana, sugarcane, and if you go twice also, it will not be same as this one, the oil palm. So, and the other positive aspects which I want to highlight is it produces a lot of biomass. That biomass can add the organic matter and which enriches the soil fertility, and we can do the systems approach. Like we can go for oil palm based cropping system during the juvenile phase and adult phase, so that we get more returns for every area, and it is a very good crop for carbon sequestration. It sequesters more than coconut. And the pest and disease management are very few. Whatever it is existing, it can be controlled through biocontrol measures. And there are tools available for precise management of nutrition and fertilizers. These are some of the myths actually surrounding oil palm cultivation in India. So this is what the stakeholders and even the YouTubers has to take care. They are copying from the Malaysian and Indonesian context. So YouTubes are there, websites, all are dumped with the Malaysian and Indonesian context. So we need to put the Indian narrative to it, because they say that it is a high water use, consuming crop, sustainability is not there, loss of biodiversity, soil erosion, palm oil is not good. So here, that is what I have flagged. There is an urgent need to promote the Indian narrative for successful oil palm cultivation. So, health implications. Not much work has been done at our institute. Much of the work has been done by Malaysians. So, here we need to demystify that the presence of 50% of saturated fat is creating alarm among users. And now we have some germplasm where the fatty acids, it is around 25 to 30% we have some germplasm which we will be putting into the breeding programs. So at present now on health implications we are in the process of having a collaborative research project with NIM, and IOPR would like to work with any organization because I think there have been many speakers. Definitely we will be very happy to associate if they can come forward and then associate with the project on this aspect. So these are some of the achievements, actually major things which I have highlighted. I think during the inaugural session Dr. Nalpatra was highlighting about the 3 oil palm hybrids which has been released, and we have the molecular markers of fruit forms and softness, and we have the tissue culture plants. Last year we have produced the first tissue culture plants in India, and it has been planted. Fertigation technology, then systems approach, then management of pests, like that we have done. And these are some of the good agricultural practices which has been developed from seed to harvest. And seed garden is augmenting the indigenous planting material is now a big worry. And the government of India is also taking extra precautions. So we have now 5 seed gardens, and another 5 will be coming by 2037. And now in this plan, the second phase of the NMEO actually our institute has done to the national economy. So by producing palm oil, roughly last year, 3,150 crores actually save us foreign exchange, and the planting material, 262 crores actually the planting material we have supplied. And these are some of the gap analysis like shortage of planting material, lack of hybrids, precision agriculture, mechanization. And these are some of the focus future strategies which I don't want to highlight much. And this is what actually we need to go for faster area expansion. Because at present we have utilized only 20% of the area. So we need to do some promotional activities like a fixed price of 20,000 per ton for the next 5 years, so that we can go for more area and enhance the subsidies and more focus on area about. So this is actually this is a picture which taken by drone. This is absolutely this is a oil palm plantation cover. It is just like looking like Malaysia. It is an area in West Godavari district which the institute is located. So thank you very much.
Now I will request Chindi Vasudeva sir to present the program of appreciation to Dr. K. Suresh. Our next speaker for the technical session, Dr. Praveen Kaur, Chief Dietitian, All India Institute of Medical Science, Gurugram. The topic of the talk is critical points of India, typical types of nutrition value and healthy choices. We welcome you, Dr. Praveen Kaur, please begin.
At the outset, I would like to thank organizers for inviting me today and share my thoughts regarding medical oils in India, their types, nutritional value, and how to select or choose a healthy oil for the family. So, as we know that in India, there is a variety of oils available, and oil is a symbol of legacy, of tradition in India. If we go to a Bengali household, we will find the content spread of mustard oil. If we go to a state of Kerala, we will find coconut oil.
ratio of UFA, and SF. So all kinds of fatty acids we can get, even if we are taking palm oil, but it needs to be combined or blended. And then again, according to World Health Organization also, saturated fats, they should not be more than 10%. This is very important. And another thing is about the trans fats, which we are talking these days. Trans fats, you know, they are partially hydrogenated vegetable oils, and they lead to dropping, they affect our lipid profile, so they are to be avoided. And another very important thing, according to our National Institute of Nutrition guidelines, nowadays lot of packaged foods are available. Whenever we are buying a packaged food, check the food label. How much is the total fat and type of fat, and also if it is containing trans fat. Now, everybody is fond of having fried food, samosas, kachoris in India. Pakoras, everybody is having. But it is, the quality of oil depends how many times it is reused. Because otherwise what they do, they may use it for 30-40 times, same oil. So this should not be the practice.
explained about invisible fat while considering invisible fat. Number 2 is mustard oil is not allowed strictly for individual fat. That we don't go out making any kind of difference.
Because of the uric acid, it is
No. As I speak is why you take. Gold mustard oil. Market, more best. Mustard oil.
It can be consumed.
Yes. But
What she is trying to say,
Yeah.
be consumed in a certain action.
I am saying
As a part of your
we have to combine safely. And whatever oil, when you are here talking about 51 and 50% getting oil and 50% comes from the food which we are having. We cannot think. They are in the, we are having nuts having oil in it. So that is a good fat because it also has vitamin E. It has monounsaturated fatty acid. So it will promote cardiovascular health and prevent inflammation.
let us hear everything from the then we can discuss. Thank you.
Now, I will request Dr. Meenakshi Tripathi to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Pavleen Kaur. Our next technical talk is by Dr. P.K.S. Yadav, Dean, School of Chemical Technology, HPT, Kanpur. We welcome you, sir. And the topic of Dr. Praveen's talk is comparative study on the effect of palm oil and other major cooking oils used in India on the cholesterol metabolism in H2H7 liver cells. Welcome you, sir. Thank you.
अवार्ड वगैरह तो मिलेगा ना बीच में ये मैडम भी बोल रही है एक ही मैडम बोल रही थी कौन सी मैडम वो जो मोबाइल में चलता है
who had been actually instrumental in he motivated to start a project on palm oil. And my sincere thanks has also come to the Malaysian Palm Oil Council who had quiz the financial project. The idea of the project is comparative study of the palm oil and other cooking oils. This is an example of cholesterol in fact, along with me, two OPAs, Mr. Sanjay and Dr. Sumita. Mr. Sanjay is the deputy member at HPP and Dr. Sumita is the research scientist at HPP. In fact, the nature of the work is, it has some medical people also. So that is why this activity is being done in a medical manner. And I would also like to mention that both of my OPAs, they are strongly related to each other. They are in fact identified. Fortunately, yesterday it was the first marriage anniversary, so they could not make it out. Otherwise, it was written to come and give the presentation. So, anyways, I try to give the information what is happening done in this particular project. In fact, still the project is going on. There are certain results which are still awaited. Our program has been done and we will keep following. This is the
kind of methodology and methods. So you all understand that the liver is the central hub of lipid movement statistics, responsible for this synthesis of transport and degradation of cholesterol. And in India, the dietary landscape has shifted significantly from over the last few decades, with palm oil becoming the most widely used vegetable oil due to its cost effectiveness and high support oil. However, its high saturated fatty acid content, primarily it is the palmitic acid, which has raised concern regarding its impact on cardiovascular health and hepatic lipid metabolism. When compared to the traditional Indian methods like mustard, sunflower, and etc. In fact, when the saturated fatty acids are known to increase the low density lipoprotein cholesterol by down-regulating LDL receptors, the specific metabolic cost of between the palm oil and the lean acid profile of crude oils against the saturated fitness equilibrium. So the experimental data from F3 models suggests that the metabolic impact of these oils extends beyond the saturated fatty acid oils. Palm-based fractions like fresh palm, high concentration of alpha and gamma tocophenols appear to utilize the lipotoxic effect of palmitic acid. So unlike standard tocophenols, tocophenols possess an unsaturated side chain that facilitates superior penetration in the epidermis. It is hypothesized that these bioactive trigger the post-transplant degradation of HAP. This creates a statin-like effect that affects the cholesterol level from the body saturated. In fact, the objective was that there are many tests that have been already performed, but actually those tests mean that the material test which has been performed on the cell lines that uses the fatty acid. To understand the molecular mechanism of cholesterol metabolism, cell lines are discussed. F3 is a well-established model of studying cholesterol synthesis and enzyme receptor expression. This model allows researchers to observe how specific oil function key metabolic pathways, such as the sterol-regulated element binding proteins, which act as a master switch for the cholesterol uptake and production. In fact, the rationale of the research is that the current literature provides a polarized view of palm oil. Some studies regulate heterogeneity to its 50% saturated fat content, while the others highlight its rich tocotrienol and carotenoids as corrective changes. So this study aims to provide a comparative metabolic profile between FG2 cells with palm oil versus common Indian alternatives to determine the relative effects on the intracellular cholesterol accumulation, gene expression, bile acid synthesis. So, on the detailed literature review, the summary is that there are two types of views. One is the pro-organic view and the other is the positive view. The earlier one says that the high palmitic acid content of palm oil triggers an increase in LDL receptor activity, leading to its higher saturated cholesterol levels. While the later one says that palm oil contains high concentration of tocotrienols, which may naturally inhibit the activity over the rate limitation enzymes in cholesterol synthesis. So palm oil is a complex and often polarizing subject. Scientifically, it is a marvel of efficiency and chemistry, but its large scale production on cholesterol in users. Along with this, the secondary objectives were to measure the intracellular cholesterol content post by treatment and to analyze the gene protein expression of key markers involved in cholesterol transcription after aging. And along with that, the inflammatory response and childhood possibly. The plan of action was selection of oils for the research study and selection of parameters to be tested, analysis of the selected parameters, interpretation of the result, and comparison of the result output with the research study to be paid for. So we selected these are the oils which we have selected: sunflower oil, soybean oil, rice oil, mustard, palm oil, and palm oil. And there are reasons for selection. In fact, sunflower oil is rich in vitamin content, soybean alpha-lipoic acid, rice bran, resinol, mustard, having malaria resistance. Palm oil rich in proteins. Palm oil, it has superior oxidative stability. Red palm oil, it has a distinctive for its deep orange hue because massive concentration of carotenoids and proteins. So there was a scientist Jack et al. He demonstrated that palmitic acid treatment in energy cells induces SIEP-1C activation, leading to increased intracellular triglyceride. So the key gaps of this current research was that while effects of individual fatty acids like pure palmitic and nucleic acid are well documented, whereas there is a notable gap in the comparative study using the whole oil emerging common in Indian diets. Most studies are used Western dietary profiles. Few have directly compared the competitive metabolic effects of palm oil, rice, and mustard oil or as well. So it is the same study that in fact, when we submitted the proposal, at that time we had submitted for the package profiling and the cell line study. However, after the detailed literature study, some of the new parameters have also been added. Now, the new parameters are like there will be a study on the biochemical compounds and antioxidant activity, and again the resistance to the oxidation. And moreover, in the proposal, there were only 5 words, and then after the study, we added rice bran oil and red palm oil also. So, in the study, not only the lipids entry view, but also the biochemical compounds are there. Studies will be good. So, these are the results of the gas chromatography profiling, practical profiling has been done. It is again the line to the revision. In the bioactive compound analysis of being done with DCS, and we can see that the rice bran oil contains the common resinol, palm oil, red palm oil, and proteins. Red palm is rich in carotenoids, and sunflower oil and mustard was rich in these are the outcome of the picture of the analysis of the DCS. And you can see that the red palm oil is having rich bioactive compounds. So, in fact, this particular study measures the ability of oils and antioxidants to make having scientific reasons so you can see that the antioxidant activity of all the oils are very good, and when the red palm oil is having a reasonably good antioxidant activity, and probably the reason is the rich carotenoids and specialized proteins. Which is, you can see that it is quite high in red palm as well as the acidity test has also been performed, and you can see that all the oils have a negative acidity test. The partial volume also determined that it is coming very good. This much test has been performed. Now the next part is about the cell study. This is the process. And the current status of our study of the experiments have been started complete treatment of the cytotoxicity, gene and protein expression of computer. Experiments will be performed for the macronutrient gene study and is expected to be completed in another 3 months. A comprehensive conclusion will be drawn on the location as well as the biocomplex parameters. This is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would request Dr. H.B. Singh to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Praveen. The next song will be of Dr. R.K. Mathur, Director, IIOR Hyderabad. On his behalf, Mr. Pradyuman Yadav will be presenting, and the topic of his talk is quality profiling and characterization of palm oil in multiple vegetable oil system. We welcome
So my topic will be comparison for oils and for palm oil, the use of palm oil in vegetable oil system. So what are the uses of oil in food? Major four uses are there. First is source of energy. Second is for a dose of absorption of fat soluble vitamins. Third, essential fatty acid, and the most important is palatability and taste. Palm oil meets 3 criteria out of 4. Only doesn't contain essential fatty acids. So why do we profiling? We profiling is for assurance, for reduction, for self-realization, evaluation, and for identity compliance. Palm oil contains around 45% saturates and 40% monounsaturated and very little amount of polyunsaturated fatty acids. And it also contains tocopherol, and carbohydrates. These are more important antioxidants. So here in this slide, as you have all fatty acid composition and right side saturates, monounsaturated and composition also. So here you can see that first the coconut, palm kernel and palm oil, they are teaching saturated fatty acids. Saturated fatty acids. Other oil, groundnut, rice bran and mustard are teaching monounsaturated fatty acids, and rest of the potency, sunflower and soy are teaching polyunsaturated fatty acids. So most of the people, they are afraid that palm oil and coconut are having high saturated fats. They get into the body, and also social media influence also that saturated fatty acids are bad. But here I want to emphasize on this particular thing that coconut and palm oil contains medium chain triglyceride and CPs 80, 10, 12, 14. These MCPs, they are directly after this legal library adolescence directly to portal when they go in the liver and hydrolyze there, and directly down acidification level go in mitochondria and release the energy. Other fatty acids like other ones like olive or groundnut or sunflower, they will go through the lymphatic system, so they will take fats there and they will get problem. But in case of NCT, triglycerides, this is the advantage. So these can be used as a food replacement therapy for children and diets and for suppressant diets. And these saturated fatty acids increase their stability during storage as well as during fat loss. So we should not afraid of these saturates. Okay. And these monounsaturated fatty acids, they are also and polyunsaturated fatty acids, both these are essential, but very restricted to storage level to be different. So for this thing, actually we need blends of different oils so they can meet the energy requirement as well as saturated oils, saturated polyunsaturated as well as oils with systems. Apart from that,
palm oil contains very high amount of tocopherols, alpha-bromazole, tocopherols, polyphenols, and olive oils, palm oil, carotenoids also. Other sources they don't have carotenoids. So these are very source of antioxidant also, palm oil. So if you make blend of palm oil with other oils, so it will enhance the storage, price, stability due to their sensitive fatty acids as well as because of the antioxidants. So here, if we stop with the oxidative stability of the oils, that palm oil and coconut oil, they are highly stable. And in place by because of the saturated fatty acids and because of the saturated and good amount of tocopherols, tocopherols and carotenoids. So you should explore this thing. This is better than olive oil. There is a market is that olive oil is good. Earlier, Western countries they used to tell that mustard is bad, use our canola. Now they are telling that use of olive oil is palm is bad. But there is no harm in palm oil, and the olive oil and these oils are in no way better than this thing. Because olive oil contains some polyphenols. If we use them for frying, the polyphenols also that will be in normal high oil sunflower oil. So for this frying stability also palm oil and coconut oil are very stable. But some problems are also in palm oil while frying doing this thing. Because of this chlorine compounds and while making this refining, some this MCPDs and Gs, like esters and GMCPDs are formed. Gs are formed but there is an access to the PDs, segregated and MCPDs are because of the chlorinated disease. These chlorometers suppose that palm oil contains more monoacyl result and triacyl results. So these things can be overcome. But other oils also they form these MCPDs and Gs, but the levels are high in palm oil. But at the side they don't have any clear revelation regarding the MCPDs and Gs in Indian context. But these MCPDs and Gs, these are genotoxic and carcinogenic, can be controlled by these control measures. Physical control, palm is semi-solid, and microplanet is also very high, less, iron value is low, and it is accident-free properties, plastic behavior, solid test is very good, and starch fat free, very with the saturated fats, the trans fat and fat formation will not be there, so this is also good. Apart from that, this free fatty acid, outside value, and these advanced quality parameters are there. And these are the limits these are available for that. So my main topic was the blending of palm oil with other oils. So we can blend palm oil with this oil, sunflower, rice bran, coconut, sesame oil, cottonseed oil. To improve their stability and to for this accelerate the next ratio and for the omega-6 and omega-3 ratio. So the Indian context, FSSAI has set limit. We can blend out two oils, but one should not be less than 80%. Means 80-20, 30-70 like that. But for omega-3, we can add chia, linseed oil, but as a third oil, but not less than 5%. So that is the target multi-source vegetable oil. So what we thought, we tried some multi-source vegetable oils, linseed oil, and we see their storage stability and fat stability. So we have had different blends. Like in first we have had sunflower parameter, like 3 oils. One oil is linseed oil, other different oils. And in the first 5% linseed oil, then 10% and then 20% linseed oils. So what we have observed that few blends include palm oil, some like sunflower palm oil and linseed oil and 5%. They are showing good omega-6 to omega-3 ratio and very good this saturated monounsaturated and polyunsaturated ratios. Like if you add 10% or 20%, there are also some palm oil blends are very good. But since only 5% blending is allowed, so I am telling the results of only 5%. Yeah. So first we will go in case of this acid value. That should not be more than 0.6 in case of you find out and 6 case of raw vegetables. So if we take this, so blend of palm oil, this green color, this is blend of sesame, palm and linseed oil. This has storage capacity up to 6 months, up to 7 months. Irrespective, we are using that the linseed oil as a raw oil, and we are getting regulation of refined oil. Still, these two blends are very good. And if we go with this three fatty acids, there also some components are formed like sesame, palm oil, and linseed blend. That can be stored up to 6 months. And if we go with the peroxide norms, then this one blend of palm oil, sesame oil and linseed oil can be stored up to 8 months. So like that, if you use the combination of blends, it will enhance the storage, frying stability, as well as it will provide the omega-3 as well as important values of fatty acids of assembly and fat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would request Professor R.P. Singh to come forward and give a token of appreciation to Pratibha. Our next technical talk is by Dr. Shyam Prakash, Additional Professor, Laboratory Medicine, All India Institute of Medical Science, New Delhi. And topic of his talk is perspective on medical laws and evidence.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. So, I just going to talk about the perspective of the medical oil in method. Method, what is method actually? Method is previously the term was the everybody in non-alkaline medicines. Now, as per our observation, we found that there is a method that there are promoting the diabetes, cardiometabolic disease, and hypertension. So the term has become the metabolic dysfunction associated with liver diseases. Liver diseases means whatever the fat we are eating, that fats come to the liver more than 5%. Or our
again from the frozen diet. So, the excess oxidant damage the cell protein, lipids and nucleic acids, and over time the cumulative damage can initiate or promote the adverse health effects, disease status such as atherosclerosis, diabetes, obesity, and hypertension. And the major site of the antioxidant defense in the blood is the lymphocyte. There are a lot of enzymes which are there, which stores the antioxidants. Even low molecular weight antioxidant provides significant protection. So we can say it is a life-associated disease that these societal lifestyle changes, lifestyle exercise, increase fat loss, that we can say that exercise, and there are the various metabolic activities which are going on, that we can say the free fatty acid, adiponectin, hormone, angiotensin, and then they are all possible of the insulin resistance. Then there are the disease like diabetes, central obesity, hypertension, hypertensinemia, and we can say the message. So, here we look at the message go for the 32% of the global population, and another is the underestimated due to the increased prevalence of type 2 diabetes and obesity. So, if you look at the message, it is connected with the insulin resistance, type 2 diabetes, inflammation, exposed tissue, environmental factors, the antioxidant acidic accumulation, dyslipidemia, genetic factors, obesity, and this biology of the gut. So, method is a common human combination in the spectrum of the disease that range from the simple sclerosis to the metabolic steatohepatitis cirrhosis and hepatocellular carcinoma. If you look at the spectrum of the metabolic disease, that is overnutrition, high fructose diet, physical inactivity, macronutrient, and fat soluble vitamins deficiency, hypertension, vascular injury, and increased carotid edema. There are many factors we have to look. There are some things are involved in the metabolic disease. So, if we look in this slide, I want to just highlight that if you are taking a high fat diet of overnutrition, how to long management of your gut microbiome. So that is the long increases the lipopolysaccharide, and then there are the various receptors that are here also, and then increase of pro-inflammatory cytokine, then gut disease, and then disruption of the blood axis. And if we are taking the high fat diet, obesity is one of the main reason, and then it increases the reactive oxygen species, altered adipokine, and then macrophage infiltration, then other side oxidative stress increases the reactive oxygen species production by the oxidative metabolism, decreases the antioxidant enzyme, overgrowth of the cellular antioxidant defense, then reactive oxygen species accumulation, then cause the inflammation, then basically cancer. Now, here I want to just look at the natural history of the method to measure how it was the fat is depositing more than 5% from liver, then 20 to 30% lipid are converted to the NAS, then 3 to 5% NAS goes to the 20% cirrhosis, then cirrhosis percent 30 to 40% are within the 5-10 years, that is a liver. So similarly, we have found here the method is the mass 25%, then cirrhosis, and then directly goes to the liver. Means here I would just say that there is a silent killer in the metabolic associated disease. Liver disease are the fat at more than 5% fats are there, then liver death is the major cause of the incident. So here in this slide I want to just highlight that there are various kinds of fats in our body, and they are all fats are associated with different diseases such as the obesity, PCOS, diabetes, CKD, metabolic syndrome, hypertension, and cardiovascular disease. So means here is there are various kinds of oil, and we have to check it in how it is involved in the various kind of diseases. Now
iron increases the iron and that is the anti-inflammatory side effects. So here I want to just say an example. If we are taking the healthy diet and doing the physical activity, that at the right side can prove that healthy diet and physical activity just prove that how the cells are behaving. The cells are very smaller size, and then that is this some certain T cells, T cells, and blood vessels, they are being compact. But if you are not taking the unhealthy diet and activate exercise, then you have to prove that there is an expansion of the exercise, and they are increasing the cytokine, increasing the glycoside, fatty acid, and then finally we can say that is the chronic low-grade inflammation. So we don't know that is the chronic low-grade inflammation occurs when those that diabetes, neurodegeneration, tumor growth, reduce functional capacity, and reduce the longevity of the performance as showing there. Now I want to just highlight the cardiac, how the cardiac the mechanism is doing. In that we are taking the admin oil in a higher concentration, and that admin oil is what is the limit for oxidation, and that for oxidation are the major forming the oxidized LDL. Oxidized LDL is very granular and that will form the foam cell, and that foam cell is making a static stream, and then if the recruitment of the microphage, then ultimately goes to the atherosclerosis result. So to stop that, we are talking about antioxidants. We are searching how the antioxidants which are being utilized in the breast. So in this context, I am just telling you that there are a lot of the ones that are containing a lot of antioxidants. But the issue is here, what I am saying that personally, if you are using this far up to the extreme temperature, there will be antioxidant, whatever antioxidants you are getting, that will be lost. So, what are the harmful effects of the high saturated fat and trans fatty acids, and then how it can be looked at the high alpha and omega 3 fatty acids that will be healthy, heart and healthy liver. So, the point is here is the insulin resistance that is the responsible, and then we are changing the lipid and glass of production, and that is modification of proteins and enzymes. Then finally you look at here the fatty liver, hypertension and cardiometabolic disease are being responsible to the different changes. So see here is the metabolic aberration. Now the technology has been developed by fat, which is positive on the liver. Then that is the diabetes and metabolic syndrome, the lipoprotein parameters, that is the needing for that, the high increasing pressure parameters. These are the parameters we have to look in the patient. So if you look the prevalence of the metabolic aberrations in here is the diabetes, prediabetes, glycemia, hypertension, glycoside, abdominal obesity, hypercholesterolemia, low LDL cholesterol. So there are the prevalence, it has been reported in the Lancet 2023. You
because there are 2 types of iron we are giving that so that they cannot mix to the oil. So we have separated from the different area. Then the samples are being fired out. How that the behavior of without mixing and glucose chloride. And similarly, hydrogen and sodium potassium just summarize. So oxidant and antioxidant discussion I have done that. So finally we can say the right choice of the edible oil in the sufficient amount of the antioxidant increases the insulin resistance, increases the formation of the advanced glycation end product, and then method and mass can somehow can be. So regular exercise and healthy diet that potentially limit the inflammation and reduce the risk of metabolic disease. Genetic and lifestyle are are in combination of potentially predictors to maintain metabolic health in the obesity. This paper was published assessment of muscular in the journal, and then we have also done another report that in the obese patient is not related to the mustard oil and any other studies. We are just looking at how the obese patient intellectuals are being involved in the calculation. So here the physical activity and diet, as I have shown here. Now finally we can say the increasing the awareness among the health providers, media and social networks increase in general public awareness, early detection, especially in high risk groups, risk stratification and advanced fibrosis, health professional motivation, policies to be encouraged to guiding and then goes to the school education also. That is the we have suggested. Thank you. Thank you.
Director Oil Palm Mission, to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Shyam Prakash. Thank you so much, sir. Our next segment is by Professor Kuwari and Mr. Niloy Chatterjee, Oil Technology, Calcutta University, and the topic of the talk is nutritional aspects of palm oil. Mr. Niloy Chatterjee.
Good evening, delegates, academics, professors, and all colleagues present here. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for getting present the talk and also the Professor Yogi who has selected as a project as part of Gurugram Power. In this work, we have studied different edible oils, including palm oil, for their sensory characteristics as well as some physical. As we have seen this morning that Dr. Patna and various others have told about brain as well as gut. In our physiological systems, gut is referred to as the second brain of the body, which encompasses the whole gastrointestinal system from the mouth to the anus. So, directly it is related to the food which we eat. So, as food is concerned, so in this respect we can't eat things without cooking anything. So what is that the information is? So in this study we have taken different oils, edible oils, palm oil, rice bran oil, soybean oil, okay, mustard oil, palm oil, as well as soybean. From the conversations we have heard that palm oil is not so much in our knowledge giving in day-to-day for consumers as well as for people. We generally prefer cooking mustard oil as well as currently we prefer rice bran as soybean also, because we have some conceptions that they are using polyunsaturated fatty acids as well as monounsaturated fatty acids, which are good for them.
On the other hand, palm oil is very much rich in saturated fatty acids, which is not good for you. It causes various heart diseases as well as various health complications, so it is not good for you. But it may not be the real scenario around. Okay, so we have studied these edible oils, and we have fried various foods such as these potatoes in these edible oils for 5 to 6 times. Then we have studied the physicochemical characteristics of those oils. Okay, and as well as the sensory aspects of organoleptic profiles, organoleptic or neurogastronomic profiles. Now, what do we mean by neurogastronomy? Gastronomy comes from the Greek word, means gastric from stomach, and neuro means brain. Means how do our brain, our neurons perceive food, how we smell it, how we taste it, how we can sense it by touch, by vision. Because we all know that if a food is feel good by touch, feel good by look, we get addicted. Okay, so we study in human subjects for these sensory characteristics about how food means be to a consumer or people after being cooked. So initially we studied the physical characteristics, which are very common characteristics from the raw oil to the fortified side. Okay, so we have studied and seen that from the raw to the fortified cycle, the oxidative parameters means oxidation, such as peroxide value, total oxidation value, paralysis value, which contributes to primary oxidation and secondary oxidation parameters, all increases in process. Besides oxidative radicals such as 4-HA, aldehyde, these also increases with gradual increase in size. Okay, physical parameters such as color, as visualized in the pictometer, refractive index, flash point, means that temperature also change from the normal fine cycle of oils. Okay, and it gradually the visual appearance of the oil also becomes not palatable, it's not suitable to consumers. It becomes dark and or sometimes it becomes bad. Okay. The presence of adulterants were also tested, such as hydrocyanic acid, mineral oil, castor oil, as well as these are from not being present in any of the edible oil or fine oil samples. Okay, so we can conclude that these adulterants generally do not get inculcated in the oil later on. It is not present in this. Okay, the signature fatty acids which are present in particular oils, such as for mustard, for PGO acid, such as for palm oil, it is palmitic acid, for palm oil, it is oleic acid, as well as for sunflower oil, it is linoleic acid. They gradually with slight change of cycle, it is gradually increased. Okay, some phytoconstituents, signature phytoconstituents, such as which is present in mustard and is responsible for its consistency. The gamma is another content which is present in rice kernel. They also gradually decrease with increase in cycle of the oil from 1 to 7. Okay. Another important parameter which is as seen from previous lectures also the total polar compound. The total polar compound will gradually increase with increase in oxidation of oil. Initially it may depend on 5 to 6% as evidence from our studies. With gradual increase in size, the total compound increases up to 18 to 20%. In some oils such as for sunflower and rice bran, it goes to 20 to 25%. So, as previously said that NIL or ICMR has regulated that after 20% increase of total compound, it is not to be started. So, we can conclude that after around 2 to 3 cycles, the oil is potentially dangerous for consumption. Okay, so the fatty acid composition, which is the signature of any edible oil, also changes. Okay, and the primary component which is found in palm oil is rich in saturated fatty acids. For sunflower and soy oil, it is rich in monounsaturated fatty acids. For
the pungency or udar as well as the viscosity also changes from the 5th cycle from 1 to the 4th cycle also. Okay, palms in our experiments, palm has showed the most superior oxidative stability among all elements. It can be calculated to the saturation of the fatty acids which is present in regular life. So it gives the final products a clean tasting crunchy taste and non-basic texture as it does not inherently possess a taste. So the food does not directly accept any taste from the oil. So it is a good for frying in that recipe. Besides, as we have heard from all the delegates from the point that it is very cost effective, very much less cheap, suitable for large scale, and the yield per hectare is also very good. Okay, so for multifunctional use in various industries, for frying, for bakery, for spreads, for cosmetics, for various uses, palm oil is of utmost choice and hence is of great demand in the country. In our country also, and currently as it is being produced in huge amounts and it is also imported, so we can give a huge time on this for booming for this palm oil. Okay, the sensory parameters have been done, such as the texture of the fried product chips, as well as appearance and the flavor and fineness, as well as overall acceptability. From the raw cycle to the 4th cycle, gradually the sensory parameters or organic parameters decrease steadily. We have performed that studies on 20 human subjects until now, and it is found that with the increase of fried cycle, the sensory parameters decrease greatly. The left part of study which is yet to be carried out from our study is to carry out some antioxidant study as well as some human studies targeting the electroencephalograph of the brain, where we shall target how the brain reacts to that after consuming the food from those minerals. As well as we also some studies do from the human serum, blood serum, cholesterol levels as well as some other parameters. So thank you to Infocity for giving us such study matters. Results of the team. So as you can see that in sunflower and soybean, the fatty acid combinations of polyunsaturated is very much higher. While in palm oil, you can see saffron is about 51%, more than the other ingredients. So the results, as you can see, in frying stage, as you can see from the initial one, the become which is raw, and after that, from after frying stage, the color of the oil gradually changes. Okay, the first slide shows that the soybean oil, and the second one shows the mustard oil. The third one is of palm oil, then of sunflower, and the last one is of palm and rice grain. The histographic chemical parameters as shown in the refined palm oil, we can see that the most advanced currents have been found, while on the other hand, the color has gradually increased in the Gurugram scale as we have from 0.7 up to 4.2. Okay. Besides, the flash pattern also gradually decreased from 250 to 220, which we find the oil gradually decreases. After that, from touching the mustard oil, also the color has gradually increased or blackened. From the first cycle to the last cycle, the flash pattern is also changed. Okay. And these are the parameters where we can see that AIPs or allied carbohydrate has gradually increased, as well as the acetic acid content is also increased. palm oil, the moisture has increased as well as the aminic acid content C16 has also increased. Okay, the DIC has increased, but it has decreased comparatively lesser in respect of the other four oils. For refined sunflower oil also the parameters have been checked and color has been increased with absence of any adulterants as well as with increase of flash point. Okay. And this is the semester analysis which have been performed on 20 persons for each edible oil, and for the first cycle of edible scale is given from on a point of 1 to 9. As it is seen that initially the radar values show increasing, which suggests that the persons have provided higher score for that oil of the flight. But with gradually increasing levels after 1 month of storage where the same oil has been used for flight, we can see the radar area has been reduced. Means it is not so much palatable for that consumers of people. Okay. For palm oil also it is found same, but the bottom radar has decreased much greater. Okay. For palm oil as well as for hydrogen oil, the results have been found similar. Okay. From the top upper radar, the lower radar has been diminished in area. From soybean oil and refined oil also, sunflower oil also it is seen that the sensibility or palatability of the oil has been diminished. Now, why we can use palm oil in comparison to other edible oils? We can see that it provides superior oxidative stability in the presence of high content of saturated fatty acids. It has high stroke point, so it is very much ideal for normal day-to-day frying applications. Because we in normal day maybe deep fry, we do not salt or food or use such applications. Okay. It gives the fried products a clean, tasty, crunchy, and non-sticky texture. Okay. It gives neutral taste. It do not contain any trans fatty acids. As we have seen, the trans fatty acids are very much beneficial for our health. It does not impart its own flavor to any food. It is highly cost effective, and so it can be used for multifunctional. So it can be any kind of.
For the next technical presentation, I would like to invite Mr. Technical Head, and the topic of this talk is functional aspects of specialty head. Mr.
Please come closer to the mic.
Hello. Hello.
Right.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
I would like to convey my view to one exposition for my team to discuss and present from the specialty fat business and basically the main intent of the lab is to provide an overview of specialty fat business, how the palm oil and significance in the specialty fat market. What I have prepared is to initial introduction, then specialty fat product overview, and marketing, how significant the market is, and how significant the palm oil is. Second part, the most important part is the B2B business, because specialty fat is totally in B2B market, and how it is basically integrated, and then what is the significance of that, and then what is the objective of B2B sales and marketing. And key buyers in India, what is the market size and what is the overall volume, as well as the value to the business. And then what are the challenges, specifically and finally, how can we overcome that? Specifically, that basically is qualified fats derived from palm oil as well as palm kernel oil. By virtue of refining, hydrogenation, industrialization, and we are making certain changes in palm oil with blending and different processes by which we can retire and shift to the application of specific fats. And this kind of modification actually makes cylinders and makes some kind of very different that we will see in the what are the main factors which are made in this palm oil refinery? The first one is the functionality and its versatile nature, its cost effectiveness, and then its availability in the market, and then its shelf life. Important part is neutral flavor and that part is whatever we are using the palm oil taste is really bad. Actually, it is not making its own flavor. Whatever flavor you are making in food, that is not discovered by the bad thing. So that is the very positive part. And then eventually it is a source of facility fat and you will just continuation. Now, visible? Basically, that contributes about 14 lakh tons per annum. This contributes around 20,000 crore business in India, with a profit margin of around 2-3%. And basically, the Indian market is divided in different parts. There are listed 30 parts, but actually it is in four parts. First two, the sorting and conserve that. It's considered as a lower segment bakery solvents, and then bakery fats, which is the margarine as well as the aggregate solvent. That is considered as premium bakery, and then confectionery fat, and confectionery fat also divided into different parts. Cocoa butter substitute and cocoa butter tracer and pudding fat. Then finally the fine fats. So we are using palm oil. Overall in the Indian market, 14 lakh tons per annum, having a contribution of 20,000 crore. The most specifically fat we are selling B2B segment. Understanding the B2B concept is very much necessary if you want to grow this business and eventually grow a business of palm oil. It is very much essential to understand the B2B related system. B2B part is actually divided into two parts. That is one key formulation and key implementation. The first part is again like the product, what kind of product we are providing in the market, and then what kind of promotion you are doing, how you are placing the product, and eventually how you are deciding your pricing strategy. The pricing strategy will come to business very well. And eventually the next stage, how you are managing the people, how you are controlling the process, and how you are making the policy, and eventually end of the day, our intention is to create money out of that. Palm oil has significantly creating money very rapidly. In B2B sales and marketing, the key factors are the understanding of the customer need. Like one customer has different needs, one customer is very noodles, he has a different kind of requirement. One customer is very like biscuits. Biscuits also have a different time. And then we need to understand what kind of requirement we have, and we have to do the specialty accordingly. And because of that, value creation, the customized solution, sometimes we have to provide a customized solution to the customer. They have a particular requirement, they have a particular outfit they require. We have to go to the specific such a way. And then educating the buyers. It's not like that whatever they are asking and we have to whatever they are asking, they don't necessarily provide in the same cost. So we have to educate the customer also in what kind of fat is most suitable for you and how should you use it. Then market differentiation and branding. Whatever product we are placing in the market, we have to differentiate why our product is different and what is the difference in this particular solution. These are three key buyers. These are India, buyers, and in specialty categories, 80% of the volume actually goes to this page. Next ITC only, they are using the specialty categories in different functions. Here the main thing, here actually I would like to have some this issue, but we are facing day-to-day basis, and when we are interacting with the different stakeholders of customers, production, quality, R&D, so we are facing certain things. The first part is the trend. In specialty that actually it is a very sensitive product and having some value in the market because it's a special kind of thing. But what is happening in the market, we are not, people are selling, not selling, actually it is trading. Means whatever product you have, we are not demonstrating the actual importance of that, but what we are doing, we are only selling based on price. Whatever cheap we are taking. But there are significant, there is a great significant or a different kind of fat. And again, this is because the awareness is less. Particularly other aspects in the high university, how the duty is 30-45%. Because of that, the CPO based products are highly high in cost. And because of that, they are the customers are doing other business. They are somehow compromising the quality. That is no concern. Analytical capability marketing. In India, yes, we have analytical capability, but many times I have faced when institutional customers are coming. Our marketing is not up to that level. What they are doing, for certain tests like exception profile, they are going to outside the country, like Germany, Italy, to be some kind of analytical capabilities marketing in India. Because I have seen they are there today, they have all the capabilities. Wherever the institutional customer like modeling and testing, they are more actually dependent on this outside country. And new research and development is there, and limited advertisement and marketing. I have seen that palm oil is a significant part of Indian food industry, and has a great impact because each and every food industry, whether it is like they are using a small quantity, small percentage or higher percentage, but without specific kind of oil, they cannot survive in the market. But in spite of that, we have a limited advertisement, what I feel. For example, like I have seen some ads, like for milk I have seen some ads. For eggs, I have seen some ads. The egg is good for everything. But in palm oil, I have not seen palm oil is good for the entire thing. It's high value. No visibility and less level also. Whoever the people are working in oil industry, they have not visibility what's supposed to be. Then direct detention and development and regulatory requirement. The regulatory requirements are changing day by day. Last 5 years back, it was trans fat percentage of like 5%. But today it is 1%. And similarly, like MCP or like MOS or NDP certification. So these requirements are actually changing every time. Because of that, it becomes a changing. And way forward is effective product awareness. We have to partner institutions by whatever way. We have to create more and more awareness about the power significance in the food manufacturing sector. Appreciation and encouragement of new ideas. I have because I have seen in one industry there is a particular structure is going on. Basically, there is a whatever earlier person had the same thing is going on, but new idea is not that much encouraging. can always do that. I tried to do qualified parents. As of now, I actually specifically traveling all university because they standard kind of culture, but we are not appreciating the new people, those who are trying to come forward on other schools. In these workshops and seminar, advertisement and marketing, these are the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would request Dr. Pvt.ltd to present a program of appreciation. The next technical talk is on comparison of oxidative stability of palm oil with other oils by Dr. Jyotsna Varma, Assistant Professor, Department of Oil, ICT, Mumbai, and Mr. Baliram will be presenting on her behalf. Please welcome Mr. Baliram.
Thanks to Malaysian Common Council to conduct this project.
Be close to mic.
Yes, please. Be close to right fast. For this time, we use different chemical oil like palm oil, groundnut oil, sunflower oil, soybean oil, we use different food system for frying, like batter system, dove system, frozen food. In batter system, we make canna because we also collect canna product. In dove system, we make sunflower oil. It is traditional Malaysian recipe. In frozen food, we make veg rice. We let's talk about reactions with frying. There are three main reactions happens during deep frying, that is hydrolysis, oxidation, and polymerization. In hydrolysis, water reacts with ester forms of triglycerides, which produces free fatty acids and glycerol. In oxidation, unsaturated fatty acids reacts with the oxygen and produces peroxides and secondary oxidations, which is density, loss of nutrients in the oil. In polymerization, oxidized combined triglycerides, oxidized triglycerides combined at high temperature and form higher molecular compounds, which increase the total polar compounds in the oil. In practice, we get and we try it at 170 Celsius for 20 minutes. And in the system, we get single pipe, traditional Malaysian recipe. We use 100 gram maida, 100 gram pipe, 160 gram sugar, and 150 gram of milk. We try it at 20 Celsius for 7 minutes. And we get phase light. We try it at 20 Celsius for palmitic acid 39% and folic acid 43%. In groundnut oil 49% folic acid and 29% linoleic acid. In sunflower oil 61% linoleic acid and 27% folic acid. And in soybean oil 48% linoleic acid and 29% folic acid. These are the chromatograph of oils. First is common oil, second is groundnut oil, third is soybean oil, and sunflower oil. Chemical changes in oils after frying of candle or candle. There is significant difference in acid value and also added value increases due to the unsaturated fatty acid reacts with the oxygen, and the peroxide value increases due to the oxidation of oil. Similarly, chemical changes happens in the sugar part. Similarly, slight acid value changes slightly, added value decreases slightly, and peroxide value increases slightly. Mostly those oil having more unsaturated acids, peroxide value increases more, and those having less less. And in plain oils, similarly, there is nothing much difference in significant difference in acid value. Also, as reduces due to the oxidation, and peroxide value also increases due to the oxidation. We need to say the analysis of this product. Palm oil is mostly mostly like product due to the thickness of the product. We check total performance of after the third time it is less than 40, and according to the research it should be less than 25%. We do cholesterol test of all these oils on animal study. We use practice activities for the animal study. We use 48 distinct species made lab for animal studies, and in that we feed them 1 ml of oil per day for each lab. And initially when we purchased that mice, their weight is 200 grams. We plan this study for 90 days. This work is another progress. Now 45 days are completed. Now their weight is around 250 to 300 grams. Each oil will get 8 mices for each oil. We use 6 oils for the 48 mices. You observe the changes in base layer. You can see increasing the highest amount of base layer is in the ghee. Lowest amount of base layer is in the sunflower oil. And changes in the air, you can see highest amount of increase in vanaspati ghee, and lowest amount in palm oil. Then changes in cholesterol. You can see here highest amount of cholesterol observed in vanaspati ghee. Those mice who eat vanaspati ghee. In tricep provide also vanaspati ghee had those mice who eat vanaspati ghee had more triglycerides. Their triglycerides. I would like to say thanks to Professor Tosca for providing this opportunity to me. Professor Amber sir for giving me this test that was, and my colleague Ms. Kaki Patel,
Vice President in Ajanta Soya Pvt.ltd. We welcome you, sir, for the next presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I believe you will talk obviously great speakers from good afternoon. I believe you are very patient listeners. So I will not be taking too much time in elaborating the topic, but certainly I would say, till now people were saying, take little oil, take that oil, don't eat oil, or something like that. I am from the agricultural industry. I will focus on please take oil, consume oil, eat oil. Certainly, it will make your taste tastier. Because we all are human beings, and we are the only species in the universe that we can cook. Nobody else can. So certainly, we should cook suitably to enhance our health, to enhance our taste, and certainly, the edible oils do play a very important role in our taste. So right now, I am going to take a short note on bakery shopping. Bakery shopping is a product. Bakery shopping is being shopping is a product that is being used basically in bakery products. Simply, the edible oils are being consumed either by frying or in baking. So, when a food is being dipped into the oil, it is not frying, and when a food, shortly oil is being dipped in the food, then it is baking. So, the baking combination of appropriate shortening is a combination of chemistry, engineering, and experimentation. How this came into the scenario? Initially, the baking of products, e-labels, alternate some other adding oxides were used because bakery shortening uses some hard fat. No liquidities are allowed now, are not very good for that. Later on, because people were not very much, specifically in terms of in our country, people were vegetarians, and the thought of oil came into the picture as an ingredient to the bakery shortening as one of the frying purposes. Later on, as industry, so many inventions came into the picture. The edible oils available in our country was soybean oil, where groundnut oil, where rice bran oil. So the functionality of these oils was not suitable to bakery shopping industry. So a lot of process improvement was done in that case. Like hydrogenation was there, later on intensification came into the picture, blending of milk components with the use of some animals that was there. I'm telling you, before palm oil came into the picture, we were using hydrogenated vegetable oils only, and that was a challenge for the industry. And there, those hydrogenated vegetable oils were also cross-scale. So the bakery products were not so in the reach of palm oil. By the time palm oil came into the picture, the component, because of its price, because of its availability, because of its suitability to the bakery fats, and bakery shopping industry look like anything. My previous speaker was telling us that the volume of the bakery shopping industry has gone beyond 1.5 lakh per annum. I believe this is going ahead, and the growth is quite not linear, rather it is vertical. What this bakery fat does, bakery fat does for baking of the products, it tenderizes the product, it lubricates the product. The function of it is aeration of the product,
a facility that is being facilitated to the product so that it can cook well. What characteristics we are looking for in the bakery shop? I'm just focusing with the very physiological things, not interrupting last chemistry or not. Melting point is a very important factor because it is related with the consistency, with the texture, with the entire appearance of the product. Solid fat content is an important to make the product. Plasticity of this shortening, addition value, granularness, and homogeneity. These are the important factors that we look for. Certainly, later, bakery shortening is very bigger than product. We do manufacture so many. I'm representing as a customer right now, so I would be giving you some input from marketing perspective also. We at the also produce these bakery shortening products which are very popular in another part of our country. So, this shortening, we are producing shortening from the coffee products, shortening from the cookies, biscuits, grapes, shortening the margins. We also produce aerated fats for the grain, shortening for chocolates and cakes is also being produced. Certainly, cereals is not in our basket right now, till now. But sir, in near future, we are accepting that cereals is also being coming into the basket of the industry. Why? So we have the palm oil. Earlier, I said earlier, before palm oil, there were plenty of edible oils, but suddenly they were not suitable oil. But as soon as the palm oil came into the picture, it is like this. This particular oil contains each and everything which can be separated, isolated, fractionated, whatever we can do. This, whatever the requirement of the shortening is there, it can be produced by palm oil. Because palm oil, I will just show the next slide. Because palm oil will use as its derivative. Palm oil is, animal is by the time it is refined palm oil, refined oil. So refined palm oil is available. By the time refined palm oil is fractionated, it comes into two fractions. Omnicidin is there, palm oil is there. Both these fractions are very much important for making bakery shortening. Certainly the composition will be different, so certainly the proportion will be different. Later on, refined palm kernel, palm kernel as it is being used as palm kernel substitute as well, and it is also very much in market. Certainly it is a very important ingredient in such chocolates and all industries. Hydrogenated palm oil is still being used in certain proportions. I have told you the refined palm skin is further fractionated, so in palm oil fraction can be obtained. This is also a very important fraction which is being used in certain proportions to make specific and customized shortening for products. Similarly, the palm oil is again fractionated. Its fractions is also segregated, and it is a very important constituent for chocolate industry and all that. Interdistilled palm oil is there, and intensification of palm oil, any other oil is also there. So that any kind of bakery shortening for the bakery can be produced. That is why I was saying it is very much needed. Conclusively, we can say the palm oil alone do complete the function requirement of the bakery fats being used in most of the varieties of the bakery products. It also produces the condenses now because hydrogenation used to enhance the trans fatty acid, and that was limited because of the condenses. So palm oil hydrogenation reduced, hydrogenation of the palm oil reduced that part also, and right now 2% limit of the trans fatty acids in any fat has been compliant right because of the palm oil. Certainly the exposure supply chain and the sustainable supply to bakery and manufacturers both, it is being used for that. However, bakery is a very specific product. For all those bakers, it is an ingredient, and it is more than for bakers, it is an art than a science. Certainly, the shortage is going to play a big role. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir.
ये सब
क्या हो रहा है? क्या रहेगा? अभी बताते क्या? हाँ भाई, और ठीक.
Here our technical session ends. Now we are starting our panel discussion, for which I would like to invite Professor Dr. R.P. Singh, former Director Executive Council, and he will be the chairperson for this panel discussion. Please give a big round of applause. Welcome you, sir. Members of the panel discussion, I would like to invite Dr. Rajiv Juri, President, Oil Technology Association of India. Dr. R.K. Trivedi, Professor, ex-Professor, Executive Council. Mr. Rishi Ram, Director, Oil Foundation. Mr. Narendra Shah, R&D Head, Pvt.ltd. And Dr. Meenakshi Tripathi, President, Fare Labs. We welcome you all for the panel discussion.
टोके भाई साहब. पीछे
dignitaries of the dais, Dr. Bihari, Dr. Nutritional, delegates from the places, members from Gurugram, a very good evening to all of you. Awesome evening. So good evening to all of you. We have stepped out because we have said now. I am thankful to ODI and Northern Zone and Fare Labs for giving me a opportunity to be in this panel of eminent persons. We had excellent lectures throughout the day. So, little bit I would like to share about Mumbai that I have overall on this experience. Common input to India was started somewhere around 1988. It started because we were having a peace started. We got the increase in oil consumption from 2.5 kg to 3 kg per capita. It is today much higher than 2 kg. So it started from that. The purpose of
because of that palm oil started. But initially it was being articulated. No other, there was non-food users were there. But it was being articulated. So articulated oil was being consumed by people. Of course, at that time, by average data, and that's the poor data, at that time, because awareness was poor, so all of us were using palm oil. Articulated palm oil in the form of one. And it was available everywhere. So because of this, actually the sudden increase in consumption also started. And slowly the palm oil started defining the palm oil. Palm oil was being defined as an RPO also was being sold. RPO had an advantage over articulated palm oil that trans fat was not being found in that. So that had been coming to our country, but all of a sudden, in between I would say that we had a policy mission, PMOP, and through that mission of Rajiv Gandhi, the oil production in India increased a lot. But in spite of that, because of our number and even if our consumption increases by 0.1 kg per day per capita, then it is huge. So we could not, initially we could meet for some time, later on we could not meet. And whatever crops we are growing, we are getting hardly 1200 kg, 1300 kg per hectare production. But palm oil production at that time used to be 5000 kg per hectare, which has today come to about 30,000 per hectare. So it tremendous increase in palm oil production has been, production has been done. Now the problem is, as the production, there were certain lobbies also which were working, but there were some genuine problems and some created problems. So I would say that one problem was that trans content used to be high if you make vanaspati. So for that, actually the specifications of palm oil has also changed. So that problem is taken care of because you cannot sell more than 2% trans content in vanaspati. So that is also taken care of. But otherwise, also I would say there are 3 or 4 sectors which are to be addressed in palm oil. But because we are also producing palm oil in coastal area, and our coastal area is very large, so we can produce large quantity of potential palm oil. Only thing is that we are not even utilizing 10% of our potential. If it is fully utilized, then probably we will meet the shortage. That is possible. But the problems are there that we have to take care of chlorine content. If chlorine comes in, then problem of efficiency comes. And then glycidal aspects problem is there. So this is to be taken care of. So for addressing these, actually we must work so that it is our advantage. Maybe today it could be advantage of some other countries producing palm oil, but tomorrow it could be to our advantage. So we have to see that water coming for harvesting is very good quality, as well as the chlorine from other sources also doesn't come into the process also. So these are the areas which are to be addressed. So we should keep the discussion open with the guys from house also. So I will give my opening remarks and will start the discussion on this. Give it to Dr. Churi to add to my views.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. You made a good statement. This is palm oil requirement we are seeing in the future. So we are not very confident. Let me clarify. ODI is a basically neutral body. We don't represent any interest, any commercial interest. So we are not like why talking about palm oil because there is a reason behind it. It all started with some inconclusive studies, some studies, and the lobbying or advocacy took. They started following it, and there was a vilification of the palm oil unnecessary. Then the social platform came, and then the content creator jumped in because anything fear mongering, anything negative, you get attention. So everything what has been on the social content is they are the content creators So just by some market differentiation, no palm oil even has been developed, which is absolutely, I won't say about nonsense, but it's not fair. Just because no palm oil, you cannot sell your product. Unfortunately, I'm not sure about which body or which regulatory body controls the labeling, false labeling. So that also we have to take. I'm sure it's not everything. Labeling is a maybe metrological kind of rules.
Why it is not happening with palm oil? Right? That's the right. available here. It's not available here. Countries which are producing palm oil, they are not selling red palm oil to India. Red portion has been taken out there only, and they are selling palm oil.
Let's step out of it, but I talk about the goodness of it, right?
I take your point very well, but
I think the last point which I would like to add is that we need to add the trust factor, which we are currently missing. There are influencers who are talking that this oil is bad, right? But first the oil was bad. Now the studies are there that sugar is equally bad and sugar is more harmful, right? So oil is not that bad, but it's there. The second part is that why we are not building it from the schools itself, right? The awareness part, somebody talked about it. The influencer should be there to tell positives of it, the positives of oil, and then specific oils in particular. And then, we being responsible, we being part of oil, we being part of food, healthy lifestyle is also something that we should promote, right? For everything, we have to be, with our communication that, and that's true to every nutrient, right? So I think that's where it does, it has been for the nutrient.
on your first point, I would like to respond this way. Palm oil is required or not? Palm oil is required. That is an important point because unless you have palm oil and fractionate it and give it to the industry like GE survive, they cannot survive. And it's not in here only. All over the world, I have seen that. For confectionery, but there is maybe one or two exceptions would be there, but generally there is
First of all, I would like to thanks Fare Labs and Nutritional for giving this opportunity. And I would like to also say that I am a very informed person in this entire seminar. I am looking after the national mission oil palm, but this aspect is the most the aspect which need a lot of investigation because whenever we are presenting a case to the general public or to the farmers, the first question they ask is when we came to know that it is very harmful for the health and all. And we, being representing the agriculture, don't have any specific reply to that concern. And I've spent more than 2 years in this industry, still I think there is a lack of research, if there is research, lack of amplification of the research to deem this as it's bad. So first of all, I take this initiative that someone has taken this initiative around this. And a little bit about the mission, I would like to say that as Professor and other ingredients have already pointed out, this soil palm is a very need of an hour. It's very important from oil security and food security aspects. And we as the government of India has formulated a dedicated mission with an target of achieving additional 6 hectares of oil palm and cultivation. So far, in the rest of the country, except the northeast, we have received a good demand, especially in Telangana, almost 60% of our area has been met. But northeast, again, the same issues are coming up. It's not good for the health, it's not good for the soil, it's not good for the environment. So these are issues which are actually holding back in the area northeast, which is particularly very favorable for oil palm cultivation. And there is a lot of schools. So I stop here and just these kind of conferences and all information this version of information right down to the farmer and the consumer to help this industry a lot. And we also have a farmer and the end of the day because they are also major stakeholder in this entire division. Thank you.
So I would have a problem also to discuss and this is a major problem of farming. So I would say that you start with our beer
every time we say that palm oil is being used for our cooking purpose. Palm oil is used for our cooking purpose. Cooking purpose. Actually, we are not using palm oil. We are using palm oil. Palm oil is generally kept as our. This is the important thing. That's what
palm oil is also RPO is used for RPO is also
in the market.
You are correct to explain that majority of palm oil is used for cooking purpose, but refined palm oil is also
marketing products are only palm oil.
No, refined palm oil is also
refined palm oil.
Yeah.
Number 2, we should also discuss about chia seed oil approved by Association because it has reason. Because incorporating chia seed oil not more than 5% approved by Association into the palm oil blends can be a strategic approach to enhancing the nutritional profile and making the blends heart healthy alternatives. That means it's a transformation from less healthy oil to heart healthy oil.
This goes beyond our subject.
Chia seed oil is our subject. It is approved by Association and it is allowed to incorporate 5% chia seed oil in the blended oil. This is very important.
We can take up in OTI.
It is known. It is very known, sir. Chia seed oil already approved to add to the blended oil. As a third
What do you want us? What do you want us to do?
The point is that chia seed oil incorporated. Subject is converting less healthy oil to heart healthy oil. That is the important role of chia seed oil. This should be discussed. This is my next. What's your thoughts about that? This is a fact. And what should be your thoughts? That is my point. Nothing.
Actually, in up to 5%, CRC is used as no. Another thing is,
in the place of palm oil, also added that they are approved by anyone. Then they are approved by anyone. I saw. And last one, we should also discuss about EPA and DHA, eicosapentaenoic acid, and DHA docosahexaenoic acid, which is recommended by the global organizations like FAO and ICMO. This was very important issue in our country.
EPA they are very good antioxidants. Of course, there is no problem. But the thing is, nutrition compulsory. We cannot recommend. We are discussing about this is again goes beyond our subject.
Okay, sir.
EPA and DHA are already used in the agriculture. They are being used, and nobody protects us.
It is recommended by global organizations like WHO, FAO, and ICMO also. That's why it's so important.
Any other persons?
So thank you for giving your opportunity. Dr. Vinanji told us this is a very wonderful oil. Certainly this has very big disadvantage over that. It crystallizes very fast at the temperature. Palm oil. So the fraction of the palm oil which crystallizes as is being sold in the market as it is of melting point more than 50 degrees centigrade. This is most ideal system. So this is a disadvantage of oil that should also be addressed in whatever we can do. Thank you.
Because that is fermenting.
That is a problem. Oil is. So no any other oil crystallizes like this. It requires a lot of processing for crystallization, but oil doesn't. So a common man can get it crystallized, get it sold for some value-added products, or degraded
This is the biggest